Hey, here we are.
Candace, you want to introduce yourself? Welcome. Hello.
Hello, everybody. Welcome. I'm Candace Clement from Free Press and Free Press Action.
I'm Julio Ricardo Varela, colleague, Free Press colleague. How are you? Welcome. September
Welcome
30th.
in. There are so many people tuning into this live stream. Never in my almost 20 years of doing this work and watching FCC meetings did I think we would get this kind of response. So welcome to the wild world of the FCC. You're here with the Free Press team. This is Free Press Live, the FCC series. And we're here today because the Federal Communications Commission has one of their monthly open meetings is going on. This is the first meeting that has happened since Brendan Carr threatened broadcasters over the Jimmy Kimmel broadcast. And, we've seen such a massive public response to this. And I'm very excited to be here with you all and to see what goes down and what Carr has to say for himself.
So I have a confession, Candace.
Yeah.
This is my first FCC public meeting coverage as a journalist. So I have no clue. I need a little, what's going to go on. I'm sure we have so many viewers coming in right now, live on StreamYard. We're on Facebook. We're on YouTube. Just share this link. But what's going to go down? I mean, what's going to happen? Because I will play the role of the curious journalist colleague for you, Candace.
Excellent.
Tell me what's up.
Well, the meeting is set to start at 10:30 this morning, and we actually have some of our colleagues who work in DC and sort of make a regular thing of going to these meetings, they're on the ground. We've got a video from one of them that we'll play in a few minutes to give you a sense of what's going on there. But basically, we're going to hear from the FCC commissioners who are going to vote on a series of items. This is something that they do every month. Later on in our live stream, we'll have some real experts on FCC policy who will be here to break down all of the details for what happens. Mm-hmm. But the meeting will go down. There will be folks in the room, including our supporters who will be there sitting, to make sure that Carr can't just fill the room, with people that agree with his agenda. Very clearly, the public response to what he has done has been massive, and people are very upset. And, we're glad to be there to have this opportunity to show him in person that he can't just do whatever he wants without any sort of attention from the public.
All right. Well, I think we're going to, we have a video from location, right?
We do.
Craig Aaron, co-CEO of Free Press Action. Do you want to cue it up, as they say in the live stream business here?
Yeah. Let's
that video. See what.
Let's
Hey,
bring
it's
him
Craig
in.
Aaron from Free Press. I'm here outside the Federal Communications Commission, where people are lining up to go to the FCC open meeting. This is the first meeting the FCC has had since FCC Chairman Brendan Carr tried to censor and get Jimmy Kimmel taken off the air, telling broadcasters there was an easy way or a hard way. Because of your activism, because of your response, that show was returned. The Disney had to back down, Sinclair had to back down, Nexstar had to back down, because people are speaking out for free speech, for press freedom, against government censorship. We're going to go listen to what the FCC has to say for itself and let them know that the public is watching, they're paying attention, and they want government officials that are looking out for the public. What they don't want is the Federal Censorship Commission. So we're going to let them know that today, and we'll be reporting back from what we see in the building and inside. And hopefully you'll be joining us for a live stream where a lot of experts are going to be coming talking about what the FCC is doing today, including clearing the way for these same broadcasters that tried to take Jimmy Kimmel off the air, clearing the way for them to own and take over even more local television stations. Hey, it's Craig.
There we go. Live stream Candace,
Yeah.
like I said before, like I'm a FCC public media newbie, I guess. I don't even know, but we should do a. So, you know, I know Free Press has been following the FCC since the very beginning. We're talking more than 20 years and have attended these meetings, so many experts. You know, how do I and our viewers and others who might be looking for, might be here for the first time because of Jimmy Kimmel, because of, FCC Commissioner Brendan Carr, because of Sinclair, because of all, Nexstar, like, how do we get up to speed here? You know what I mean? In the next hour.
Yeah, I mean, it in some ways it depends on how deep you want to go into it. Like there's sort of like the 101 version, and you can go as deep into this topic as you want to. And I encourage any young viewers out there, especially who want to get into media policy. There's
you're already wonking out. It's like we're not 7 minutes in, and you're already like media policy wonkiness. I love it, Candace.
Oh, for folks who aren't really familiar with the Federal Communications Commission, the FCC is a government agency, and the commissioners are nominated by the president and confirmed by the Senate. So often typically what you have is a 3-2 split on the commission. So there's 3 commissioners that are with whatever political party is in the White House. Right now, we have Chairman Brendan Carr, who is at the head of the FCC. And one of the really concerning things about Carr in particular is the fact that he is one of the co-authors of Project 2025. And I believe he might have been, at the time that Project 2025 was written, he might have been the only person who was in the federal government that contributed to that document. So Carr has a plan. He has a lot of things on his agenda that he wants to do. But the thing about the FCC is their job is to operate in the public interest, right? So you have them in charge of, who gets to operate certain parts of the public airwaves, right? So we own the public airwaves; those are ours. It's a public good, just like public parks or the air we breathe, right? The airwaves are just part of the air. But what the Federal Communications Commission does is they license particular frequencies to particular users, and there is a section of the spectrum that is for broadcast television in particular. So all of these stations, these local news stations that you have in your town, and, we'll get into how local they actually tend to be. All of these stations are actually licensed by the FCC, and there is supposed to be a process for reviewing whether these stations are really engaging in supporting the public interest. Increasingly, what we've seen over time is media consolidation, right? You have these larger entities, sometimes even these sort of venture capitalists coming in. They buy up all of the media in a community, and then you go from having, multiple competing broadcast stations or, different owners for television and radio to there's just one company or one person who's controlling the entire set of local media. And that's really dangerous, right? You don't want to be in a situation in a community where there's only one person or one entity in control of what kind of information you have access to. We've seen this over and over across the country where these larger companies come in, they buy up these smaller stations, they start firing staff, and who's the most expensive staff to support? It's often the people who are doing the investigative journalism and the reporting. So we have seen this over and over the last couple of decades. And what was so disturbing about what happened with Brendan Carr and this whole Jimmy Kimmel situation is that Carr wasn't just saying, that he didn't like what Jimmy Kimmel had to say. He was saying we can do this the easy way or the hard way, right? And the implication there is that the hard way is we have control. We have
Bronx in
control.
me. Yeah, the Bronx in me. The Bronx in me comes out when I hear that. It's like the easy way or the hard way. Like, what does that mean? I know, like we have control. Sorry, it was just a moment.
No, I mean, I think it really landed for a lot of people. He sort of said the quiet part out loud, and that is
Yeah.
that the FCC is in control of whether or not these broadcasters can retain their license. So there was such a massive public outcry, and thank you to everybody that was part of that. Thank you to the people who have been doing this work for a really long time, because this isn't just about Jimmy Kimmel at all. This is really about the government stepping in and deciding what kind of speech is appropriate. And that's another thing that I just want to touch on real quick, because this is something that comes up often in conversation, and often in conversation with really smart people who engage in this kind of work. There seems to be this sort of fundamental disconnect around the difference between content moderation on
Yeah.
a social media platform and the First Amendment. So let's just get this clear. A private company can decide to do what it wants with its platform, right? So when Facebook or YouTube kicks Donald Trump off of the platform, that is a decision that they can make as a private business. Now, if the government was coming in and saying, private company, you have to do this particular thing, that's when it's a violation of the First Amendment. And so I think what happened with the Jimmy Kimmel thing is that, they're trying to backpedal and say, oh, this was just a business decision, ABC, Disney, Sinclair, all these companies can make whatever decision they want. And certainly they can. They don't have to keep broadcasting Kimmel. It is up to them what kind of content they want to have on their, private business. But you have a member of the government coming in and saying, this kind of speech is acceptable, this kind of speech isn't acceptable, and we've decided this isn't acceptable, and so we're going to pull your license, right? Which is what the implication was there. That's when you have a serious problem. And we're seeing more and more of this as we get further and deeper into the Trump administration. It's really concerning.
So we're getting a lot of comments already, but we also need to bring someone else in, another colleague.
Yes.
Because you know what? Let's bring Vanessa Maria Graber on, and we can say hello, right? And hello, Vanessa Maria Graber.
Hi, and hi to all our listeners and viewers out there. For everyone who doesn't know me, I'm the Director of Journalism and Media Education here at Free Press, and I'd love to share a little FCC knowledge with all of you. I see that we have a lot of questions in the chat. Keep them coming. We want to know what you want to know about the FCC. And even if we can't get to those questions during this stream, we will definitely try to get to them in the future, because there is a lot unfolding, and there's been a lot of attention on Brendan Carr and the FCC in the last couple of weeks. And I think a lot of people have been curious as to who is Brendan Carr, what does the FCC do, and how are they regulating all of these broadcast stations? So you might be wondering what this meeting is about, and what is the FCC in charge of?
I am wondering about that, Vanessa Maria Graber. It's a perfect transition.
So at the FCC, the Federal Communications Commission, they regulate, right? Their primary responsibility is to come up with regulations and policies and implement laws like the Communications Act. Now, the thing that's hard to keep track of is with each administration, there is a different FCC, right? So throughout the entire time, Candace and I, right, have been in the media justice movement, we've seen a ton of different FCC chairs and commissioners, and each FCC commission regulates differently. Some of them want to heavily regulate what the big corporations are doing and put limits to what they can do, while other FCCs want to deregulate everything, which is kind of what we're seeing right now. And so I have been involved in community radio, and Candace too, right, for more than 20 years. We are community radio nerds. And when you become a DJ or volunteer or radio producer at a community station, one of the first things you learn are all the FCC rules. So there's lots of things that you can and can't do. And with community radio, most of them are non-commercial stations. And then we have different rules for commercial stations. So what you're seeing is Brendan Carr trying to exercise some power over how those rules are enforced. And so I think it's really scary when you are part of a radio station and you have what is fundamentally free speech to talk about whatever content you want. I personally am part of a Pacifica radio station and I do a news show. I also report on things like immigration. And so when we see the FCC investigate NPR stations and PBS stations, looking at their underwriting, looking at stations like KCBS, who've been reporting on immigration and threatening TV stations, TV networks like ABC, which have hundreds of affiliates across the country, it does bring a lot of concern about how the FCC is going to be enforcing some of these rules or heavily scrutinizing stations that they don't agree with. One of the questions that I saw in the chat is how can Fox News blatantly lie and get away with it? Well, one of the things that you should know is that the FCC regulates broadcast stations, and many of the cable stations like Fox, like MSNBC, and others are not regulated by FCC in the same way. However, there are local Fox News affiliates that are regulated by the FCC and are over the airwaves. And so some of the things the FCC regulates are all the communication services, so the operations of broadcast, cable, satellite, and wireline communications, the electromagnetic spectrum and all of the licensing that has to do with the spectrum, public safety and national security, and that includes emergency communications and our emergency alert systems. And it has a number of regulations to protect consumers, which is what free press is particularly, cares about. And so at this meeting, they're going to vote on different rules and regulations.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of times before they have these meetings, they will ask the public for comments. And that's when organizations like Free Press puts together comments to support and advocate for the public and consumers. Now, many times they take those comments very seriously and they take them into consideration and they vote accordingly. And other times you'll see the vote happening on party lines. So today you will see an agenda being presented by the chair, and then the commission will vote on a number of different items. So that's what we're eagerly awaiting. We're also looking forward to future meetings where other things like media ownership will be on the agenda.
Okay. Thank you so much, Vanessa Maria. And you mentioned the work that Free Press has done in the past. Both of you have been involved, you and Candace. Do you want to share some of that history? For our listeners and our viewers and people that are commenting, keep the comments coming. I'm actually going through the channel and trying to star them and feature them as we talk. So really a lot of energy in that comment chat right now. So what has Free Press done in the past? I mean, in terms of its relationship with the FCC, Candace, whoever wants to jump in, but both of you are veterans at this.
So we are often fighting on multiple fronts with a coalition of our partners. So when I first met Candace, I actually was with a partner organization, right? And we were working together to expand community radio in the U.S., a fight that we actually won back in 2010 with the passage of the Local Community Radio Act. But then as it relates to the FCC, we work together on changing the regulations around community radio. And so during that time, we brought delegations of people to meet with FCC commissioners, to hold rallies out front of the FCC, to make sure that the new regulations were reflective of the needs of communities and prioritize local broadcasters. We've also worked on things like net neutrality and had a lot of rallies, a lot of cool digital campaigns, and a lot of just fun organizing and trolling commissioners like Ajit Pai. There has been the prison phone justice campaigns as well that we've also worked together with our media justice allies. There's so many, but over the years, it's been really cool to see people protesting out front. Yeah, this is me with a whole delegation from Philadelphia, from our public access community center. It says like, stop the corporate takeover of our public internet, telling the FCC to do the right thing. And Candace, do you remember how cold it was that day?
It was so cold. That was like one of the coldest days. There was this little patch. So the FCC moved recently, like I think in the last couple of years, but in the spot that they were for a really long time, there was this little patch of grass right next to the FCC. And it was like, we had basically taken up ownership of that public grass, because we would show up like month after month after month to make sure that the people inside the building, so that would be the tall building on the side there, that they knew we were there and that the people working in the building could see us. And we did all kinds of things. I remember we handed out waffles to the FCC staff one year.
Why did you hand out waffles?
Well, they were waffling on net neutrality.
Of course.
So,
of course.
You know, we do.
I'm gonna add some other picture. Like there's Vanessa Maria.
This is actually out front of the Comcast headquarters in Philadelphia, because Comcast was lobbying FCC and others against net neutrality. So we took the fight to Philadelphia. And so, yeah, that was like a really fun time. There's another photo of
which one? I'm gonna go through I'm just gonna add that one.
Okay, so this is the public access folks. These are folks who are part of the Alliance for Community Media, and we're meeting with Commissioner Clyburn, who is sort of in the middle there, and we're talking about managing, cable access and everything that relates to community media.
All right, and then we have a couple other photos. What's this one, Candace? A DJ. What was that? Really rad radio.
Okay. So it says F the FCC, Funky Jams Dance Party. So this was this was another fundraiser and party that we had to educate people about what the FCC was doing. And again, Candace, also being a musician and DJ, like, can tell you we've always used music and dance and parties to talk about this issue, because again, if you're a DJ, you might know that you are restricted from playing certain music during the daytime at your station. And then here's another favorite picture of mine.
Okay, this all right. What's this? Who is this?
So you can see our co-CEOs, Jessica Gonzalez and Craig Aaron, and our chief of staff, Misty Perez, and Colette Watson, who was formerly our vice president of cultural strategy. And they're there in front of that big clock. Maybe you can tell them about the clock, Candace.
So before we talk about the clock, just want to answer Becky Howard's question. Is the bulk of the actual informational meeting over? No, Becky, the meeting starts at 10:30 Eastern time, correct? And so we're just we're leading into the hour. We're going to bring some free press guests. If you're just joining us, just want to answer that question. Sorry, Candace. What was for this photo?
Oh my gosh, was this like this was a wake up? I think was an alarm clock.
Yes, it was. Yes, exactly.
Yeah. I'm trying to find some photos from some other gems that we've done through the years, Vanessa Maria. I cannot find the FCC cheerleaders, but that was one of my favorite actions.
What? FCC what?
FCC cheerleaders. There was an action led at the FCC. I think it was at the FCC, where folks were dressed up as cheerleaders. So we've done all kinds of things.
Shout out to Pete Treatish and Hannah Sassman, and they found the cheerleading outfits at a thrift store, and it was like some kind of like Christian high school, I believe, in the area, and they bought them, and of course they did an action in front of the FCC and made up a bunch of cheers. And that's always been one of like the iconic FCC actions. I'm
So,
not sure what this one is.
what's
Okay,
this?
this one was so there was all of the cats were, you know, there was an era of the internet where cats were very popular, and
Wait, that era has ended because I'm not.
I think that era may be perpetual, but it really had
Yes.
its peak moment at one point. So there was a cat fight that was staged between there's a cable boss here. So that's
Oh wow.
another photo of an event that we did outside of the FCC, and I believe that all of these cats here were different activists had sent these in to show their protest for what the FCC was doing at the time. So yes, Karen says they're still popular. It's true. Cats will always be popular on the internet.
I'm with Karen Wood on that. And
There was
I'm just
also a
gonna-
number of
There you go,
memes
Karen.
making fun of Ajit Pai because he had this ridiculously large Reese's Pieces mug that he would bring to the meeting, which I kind of think he was like trolling with this mug and sipping out of it all sinisterly. And so there's memes, there's songs that we made up. There may or may not be footage of our CEO, Craig Aaron.
We don't know that. The internet's not forever in certain footage.
Yeah, well, but, I mean, again, some of the stuff can be really wonky. Like let's be honest, right? Like if I wanted to send my friends some information about FCC regulatory processes, they
Yeah.
probably wouldn't open that email. Or that text would be unread, right? But if I sent them a video of Craig Aaron rapping an FCC song, like that's something that they would like. I mean, viewers, you tell us, would you rather talk about this information in song and dance and using comedy, or do you want to read a policy document? I mean, you know, we have to communicate.
I think we know the answer to that with this crowd already. What the comments that we're getting, just an incredibly engaged community happening right now. So
Yeah, I want
Craig
to bring up
Aaron,
a comment from from war ravaged Portland.
yep, we
Oregon.
showed that one, Francine. So I was gonna say we're probably gonna need to, Craig Aaron needs to break out the mic again eventually. Our co-CEO, if we've lost footage of FCC hip hop song.
We're gonna put that link in the chat. It is a public link, so I have it open one of my tabs. But hold on one second. I want to go back to this one with the hula hoops.
Go, yes.
Adams.
Oh, Carrie.
I was there. This wasn't an action at the FCC. It was actually at the National Association of Broadcasters headquarters in Washington, D.C. But Craig Aaron was there. Other free pressers were there as well. And what we did was we did a hula hoop circus. We got a bunch of circus performers from the DC area who are part of the burner community. And we told the NAB to stop making us jump through hoops for community radio. And we literally made 100 hula hoops in Philly and brought them down to Washington, DC and gave them out to members of the public who hula hooped with us. As the NAB watched from the inside and locked the doors. I can say 2 weeks after that action,
yeah,
we passed the Local Community Radio Act. So I'm not saying it was the action, but a viral video from the action was heavily influential in helping move that across the finish line. So direct action gets the goods.
So this is great, but just to answer Jonathan's question about where's the link for the FCC live stream, we will be playing it here probably in about a half hour, right, Candace? A little bit over a half hour.
Yeah, the meeting is scheduled to start at 10:30, so we'll be broadcasting it here. You don't have to leave. You don't have to leave the live stream, and we'll have some other Free Press staff joining us who are really deep policy experts when it comes to the FCC. So they'll be able to break down exactly what the FCC is voting on, how it relates to you in your life, how it relates to your community. And if you have questions as the meeting is going, we'll be here to answer those as well.
Final thoughts? Go ahead. Final thoughts.
There's a lot of people who are like, well, what can I do? What can I do? Well, you can You can follow, subscribe, and support Free Press. We'll keep you updated with all FCC news and policies, and give you opportunities to take action, right? Which is like what people really want to know. How can I submit a complaint? How can I write to my Congress people about what the FCC is doing? How can I talk directly to the station affiliates? Those are the types of things that we will send to you if you subscribe. Also, we have a new newsletter, Pressing Issues, which goes in depth and talks about all these things. And Julio Varela just kicked that off with Craig Aaron. It's really, really good. It's not wonky, not to diss our comrades who are, filing lots of comments and reports, but this gives you everything that you need to know. And if you don't like it that way, you can follow us on social media and listen to videos, often by Candace, explaining to you what's going on. But you can contact the FCC directly to make complaints, and you can contact stations directly as well. And so thank you to the thousands of people that took action in the last 2 weeks, contacting ABC affiliates across the country. And as you can see, I'll say it once again, direct action gets the goods. Jimmy Kimmel is back on the air. So continue to stay engaged with us and continue to take action on all these issues.
Yeah, I'm really glad you mentioned that, Vanessa Maria, because I think
Yes.
that this point in particular about making sure we're contacting, especially like these local stations, and it goes further than that. It's not just local stations. Like, contact your local policymakers. Like, talk to city council, talk to state government. Media policy is made in all kinds of spaces, and those entities aren't as used to getting flooded with calls the way that Congress is, right? So you can really have an impact if you get people together and you direct your energy and attention. So for folks who are just joining us, we're a little over the top of the hour here, but thank you for tuning into Free Press Live, all eyes on the Federal Censorship Commission. We are here today to break down what's going to happen at the FCC open meeting, which will kick off at 10:30. And I believe we're going to bring in some other colleagues now to get into some other issues.
Yeah. So Vanessa Maria Graver, thank you so much for being with us and during this sort of a pregame meeting conversation. I learned so much about all the actions, and I'm really stuck on we need the comedy a little bit. There were some really great comments.
When in doubt, make memes, right? Like, all of you who are like, I don't want to do any of this stuff. Make memes though. The meme wars are real, so we encourage you. Cat memes especially. I'll be in the chat, hanging out for the rest of the time. So please continue sending us your comments and your questions, and then make sure you follow us. I'll see you later, guys.
Bye, Vanessa Maria.
Thanks so much for being here, Vanessa. Awesome.
Hey, Candace, before we bring in our next guest, we kind of have a little bit of, I don't know, breaking news or things that are happening. There's a letter that's going to be circulated, right? Or about Commissioner Carr, or am I getting like wrong information just as we do a live stream? But
it's very possible. I have heard about this letter. I don't know for sure. Do we know if the letter has been published at this point?
Well, it's coming
I don't
around.
think. I think that might be on the horizon. But that
we'll
might
be
be
on
a
the
good
horizon.
segue.
We'll be on the lookout. But yes, we'll have a new guest. So why don't we introduce our next guest then?
So we're gonna bring in Tim Carr, who is our Senior Director of Strategy and Communications, to the live stream. And hi, Tim. Welcome.
Hey.
And he's going to talk to us a bit about the new media capitulation index that helps the public better understand media ownership in the United States and how these entities are responding to the Trump administration and folding or not folding under the pressure being exerted. So welcome, Tim.
Hi, it's great to be here with friends and colleagues and everyone else who's interested in this issue. I'm so glad we're doing this, and I'm happy to talk about the media capitulation index because it plays right into what's happening in a little less than a half hour. Chairman Carr of the FCC played a significant part in a lot of the media capitulation that people are seeing across the country. And what we did with the index, which was launched near the end of the summer, was track the 35 largest and most influential media companies by their degrees of capitulation. since the Trump administration. And the bad news is that when these companies get larger, the larger they get, the more likely they are to capitulate to the demands of a Trump administration, or really any administration. They basically forfeit their right to the First Amendment in order to align themselves with the political and financial powers that be. We saw that with Jimmy Kimmel. We saw it with Stephen Colbert. We're seeing it across the landscape. In fact, last night, YouTube just settled a specious lawsuit that Trump had brought, the Trump administration, Trump individually brought against YouTube. They paid Trump $24.5 million in a settlement so that Trump could build his gilded ballroom in the White House. This was a case that was brought after YouTube deplatformed Donald Trump in the wake of the January 6th insurrection. He played a part in sort of fomenting the violence that occurred on that day. And YouTube, within its terms of service, decided that they would not be amplifying these things. But anyway, that's just a recent example of the media capitulation index.
Yeah. And what about chickens? Why?
What did chickens have to do with this?
Yeah, I saw a statement from Tim, you're a colleague, right? And
chickens play a role.
It's like, and there was a chick. I was like, I've never seen, as a journalist, I've seen a lot of press statements. I haven't seen chickens in press statement a lot. So explain the chickens.
Well, I have nothing against chickens individually, but they have become a symbol of cowardice. You chicken out, and what we're seeing with these large media companies is that they have been chickening out. They have been failing to protect the public interest, to stand up for a free speech and democracy, to defend accuracy in the media, in order to curry favor with a president. And what's happening at the FCC today is very relevant because Chairman Carr has been leading this effort to deregulate the media industry, the broadcast sector, so that companies like Nexstar and Sinclair can become even bigger than they already are. Nexstar is pursuing a merger with Tegna, because it were the old Gannett television stations, that would make it so big that it actually breaks the congressionally mandated limit for broadcast reach. If this merger goes through, it would be in violation of Congress. Carr doesn't seem to care. He says he'll do anything he'll do anything to please the Trump administration, even if it breaks the law. And obviously there's a very legitimate case against him violating his oath of office to uphold and defend the U.S. Constitution. His activities have been a direct assault against the First Amendment rights that media companies enjoy.
Just this, Tim, how many, you've been with Free Press for a long time. You're a veteran as well. We talked with Vanessa Maria Graber and Candace about the FCC and the history. Could you provide any context, you covering this, and what does this moment mean, right? Have you seen this momentum before? To put it in context a lot for our viewers, they might be watching the FCC public meeting for the first time. So
the FCC has been around since the 1930s. It was put into place by an act of Congress. Essentially its mandate from Congress is to protect diversity, localism, and competition in the use of the public airwaves. In the 30s, of course, that was radio. Its mandate has grown some over the years as media has diversified. We now have this digital space, which has dominated a lot of media. But the FCC really, in the time of Carr, which of course has only been we're only 9.5 months in, has really defied its own mandate. Carr has decided that this agency, which is nominally independent, the FCC is an independent agency. It's supposed to be independent of the dictates of the White House. He instead has put on his gold lapel pin with a portrait of Trump, and decided that he's going to do anything and everything to silence dissent, to silence media companies that question the Trump administration. I almost said Carr administration, the Trump administration's political agenda. We saw that with efforts to fire Jimmy Kimmel or cancel his program. We saw that with Stephen Colbert, but it's happening not just with these major media figures, it's happening across the entire landscape. In fact, there are journalists, Mario Guevara, is behind bars right now for the simple act of reporting. So this assault on free speech certainly is playing out inside the doors of the FCC, but it's happening across the country. And the good news is that with the massive public backlash that we saw against Kimmel's suspension, this is really in the 20 plus years that I've been working at Free Press, been really the strongest mobilization of the public in defense of our First Amendment rights. And we captured lightning in a bottle there. And people who care about these issues have to remain engaged, because as I mentioned, this is happening. It didn't end with Jimmy Kimmel. These attacks on free speech, these attacks on an independent media system are ongoing. So it's good to see that the public's very mobilized, and it's good to see that people are here recognizing that the FCC indeed has an important role to play in all of this.
Tim Carr.
Absolutely. Yeah. Thank you so much, Tim, for coming on and talking to us about the index. And where can folks find the Media Capitulation Index if they're looking to see how many
where can they find the chickens? The chickens. Where can they find the chickens?
Well, the chickens are roosting at freepress.net, but you can find it even with a simple Google search or whatever search engine you choose to use of Media Capitulation Index. You can even ask the question, who owns the media? And that will bring you to the Media Capitulation Index.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Tim. Good luck updating the index. It seems like that's going to become a full-time job.
It is.
In 2025. All right. We'll be seeing you soon. Thanks so much.
Hi, Tim. All right.
All right. Well, we are, it's 10:12, so the open meeting is set to start in just over 18
minutes.
There it is, 18. I can do math. That's my
before we bring in our next guest, Candace, we have been in contact with our team inside the FCC building. What have they been saying? What's the mood? I'm going to call it up from our channel, but what are you hearing? What are they telling us?
So we've got folks in the building now. They're listening to the FCC Muzak. So I'm sure that's thrilling. But the good news is there are way more activists in the room than there are lobbyists, and that is not normally what we see at an FCC meeting. So this is huge. We've got
that's a difference, right?
Yes,
for people that have. All right.
Yeah.
So are we ready? Do we have our next guest, our next colleague, ready to jump in?
Yeah, we're gonna bring in Nora Benavides. Hi, Nora. Welcome.
Nora.
Hey, y'all. How's it going? I'm loving this banter, by the way. I think we're allowed to be like kind of cool, right? And informal, right?
I don't know any other way.
Cool.
You're cool
But that's
already.
where I'm here. I'm seeing you guys. I'm like, all right, I got it. I'm gonna try to roll, take my blazer off, like all the things. So
Whoa,
okay.
you're living wild, Nora.
I know.
Nora,
we want to fit in.
So
Thank you so
Nora's
much for
title,
being
Nora's title. For people that are meeting Nora for the first time, what do you do at Free Press? So you just introduce yourself.
Sure. Well, I'm Senior Counsel and Director of Digital Justice and Civil Rights, which is the longest title. And I always say I deserve some award. It's so horrible to say it, but I get to work on a really fun mix of our democracy, tech, and free speech work. And when Julio and Candace said, you got to come on this show, we're testing this out, I was like, all right, I'll do it. Any chance to talk about the First Amendment. So, I've been... my deep heart is with protest and press and representing people who are targeted for their speech. And that is exactly what we are seeing around the country now. And so I'm just excited to chat about it. And I guess we're just sort of we're the Jeopardy music before the FCC meeting.
We're the pregame. It's all good.
We're the pregame. I love it.
Yeah.
Nora, there has been so much going on. It's just, somebody said earlier that, we're only 9 months into the Trump administration, and it just feels like it's been, or the second Trump administration, it feels like it's been 9 years. And as somebody who is tracking First Amendment violations and attacks on free speech, what are you seeing in this moment?
Well, whenever I talk with people and they ask me a similar question, usually they want examples, like give me a few examples of what's going on. And it has become almost laughable trying to list out every week what the Trump administration is doing regarding free speech. And it has become impossible, frankly, to monitor and track every single instance where Trump himself or someone in the administration does something to muzzle speech that they don't like. Just to give you context, in the last few weeks, and this is like just in the last few weeks, here are a few of the things we have seen. We saw the Department of Homeland Security threatening to limit the time that foreign journalists can stay in the country. We are challenging that at Free Press. We saw images of slavery and tribal nations promised to be wiped from federally run museums and national parks. Trump has said that the way that US history is portrayed is too negative. DOJ has scrubbed from its website a study that says that far-right groups are more likely responsible for domestic terror acts than any other groups. Trump himself has sued the New York Times. We have seen people like Mahmoud Khalil fighting for Palestinian rights get targeted again and again, ordered in the last few weeks to be deported out of this country. And as my colleague Tim mentioned, we have the case of Mario Guevara, who is sitting languishing for more than 100 days in a detention center. His only crime is doing his job as a journalist, live streaming and reporting on law enforcement. And so that's just like this little glimmer, a little taste.
Mhm.
And I think in the background of all of that, though, is what happened with Jimmy Kimmel. And when you ask me, like, what are you seeing? I see a lot of appetite. I see a lot of excitement, a lot of people that never before cared about these issues around free speech suddenly really lit up. And I think we have this moment to capture people and to talk about how dictatorships are the ones that put free speech for them before and only free speech for anyone else. And this is that moment for us. So I'm actually really excited, is this little silver lining in all of it.
Well, you wrote a really strong piece last week for pressingissues.org. Your debut, thank you very much, as the person who edited you. But I think you've done the work that you've been trying to do for the entire year and for your career, but especially in the last 9 months or 9 years, however it feels, is connecting those dots. I mean, you sent me a blue sky yesterday. You'd be like, yo, this is why this matters. This is why Mario Guevara matters. This is why the FCC matters. This is why all the things that are happening matters. It's a lot to navigate, Nora. What's the best advice you would give to our viewers and listeners who are kind of feeling like, wow, this is sort of everything's hitting
Yeah.
us. How do you navigate through that? And how do you through all this?
My advice is different than how I navigate because I'm probably not very healthy, but in the way that I navigate, like wine and pasta and sleeping. But I honestly think that we have to remind ourselves how powerful our voices are. If they weren't powerful, Trump would not have spent his first administration going after protesters pushing for racial justice, calling them thugs. If our voices were not that powerful, he would not have tried in just his first administration to remove journalists from press briefings when he disliked their questions. He and his administration know that our voices matter and they can actually change the tide. And so I think the worst thing we might feel, any one of us, is powerless right now. Like, I don't matter, my voice doesn't matter. Wherever your sphere of influence might be, as a mom in a mom group, as a kid playing football, as someone who's now retired thinking, well, that was it. Like, I worked in the federal government and I'm done. As a veteran, like, you name it. If you're a journalist, if you are in the government, if you are thinking about civil society, there is a role for you. And I always say, start where you are, like start by talking to someone. It's silly, but like host a dinner, go on a walk with a girlfriend, talk about the issues, because almost every time I bring up what is happening in this country with my Uber drivers, with people on airplanes, no one ever has an idea of what's going on. Because why would you ever want to pay attention to the biggest erosion of democratic rights? It's horrible to look at, but we have to. And we have to examine it. We have to get in the game. We have to like actually become an active player.
Wow.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you, Nora. Anything else that you want to leave our viewers and listeners with, or anything that you're, on the lookout for in these coming weeks? You've been tracking this work for so long. And I really feel in our conversations like you're really trying to keep your finger on the pulse of everything that is happening. But you're seeing, yeah.
That's a great compliment. I love it. There are like 1,000 pulses, right? So you're like, which one matters? I mean, I think that Charlie Kirk's assassination was a real flashpoint for people in the MAGA party. And I don't like beginning there or ending there because that centers white supremacist values. But it did something to people's sense of how we talk about history and our right to critique others. And I think that's one of the biggest issues we're all grappling with now is what is our speech, and are we willing to engage in speech knowing that there will be consequences? And in an increasingly authoritarian environment, the consequence of our speech is often an attempt to censor it. And so it's very scary. It is very chilling. It is meant to be chilling. And I think that all the more reason people who feel they have any leverage in society have to speak out about these issues. There is a rung of more vulnerable groups, people who are brown and are now being racially profiled because the Supreme Court has said we can do that to brown people. US citizens who are picked up and detained for days at a time. There are groups of these people that I think are more vulnerable to whatever the forces might be that we are now seeing. And so those of us that are compelled, I would say, speak out and do so knowing that you will get hate, you might get targeted, but that is where we're at right now. The environment of white supremacy trying to hold on to what is a losing game because it is on the wrong side of history.
It's definitely a time for bravery. So thank you, Nora. Thank you for everything that you're doing. Thanks for being here this morning with us. Really appreciate it.
Oh, can I talk about Bad Bunny for a second? Wait, can we actually? I totally forgot.
Wait a minute. I'm Puerto Rican. Yes, you can talk about Bad Bunny anytime.
I'm like, wait, I forgot.
Really quick.
Okay. And we're in a cool podcast. So there we go. Or whatever this live studio thing is.
Can we talk about Bad Bunny? Sure.
Like, Bad Bunny is coming to the Super Bowl. Loved his video. I feel like this is going to be yet another moment where more people who didn't think about speech are going to start thinking about it. I am already wondering, what is he going to say? Is Brendan Carr going to hate it? Is Donald Trump going to hate it? I feel like this is the time to buy your popcorn, get excited, listen to some Bad Bunny, rewatch the Janet Jackson Super Bowl. I'm very excited. So I'll leave us there because there's a lot on the horizon.
Thank you, Nora.
Thanks, Nora.
I was thinking this morning that we needed to get Bad Bunny into the conversation.
I was
so I'm glad it happened.
It's all I've been doing. I was laying in bed watching all of the little TikToks, So yep, there we go. And come on, Latinos together. So
it's cool. Thank you, Nora, so much.
Thank you, Nora.
We'll see you soon. You're great. Oh yeah, Bad Bunny. Making it cool to be Puerto Rican. I'm very excited as a Puerto Rican man. All right, so we have another guest before the meeting starts. We're less than 7 minutes for the meeting.
Yeah,
but we have someone else who's going to join us, right? Who's up next, Candace?
Yeah, next we've got Mike Rispoli joining us. I'm going to bring him in. Welcome, Mike. Thanks for being here.
Hey, Mike.
Hey everyone, I apologize. I don't really have much to add to the Bad Bunny discourse, other than as a pro wrestling fan, he also was a pro wrestler. I don't know if you all know that, but he wrestled.
That's a factoid.
I did not.
It's all good. That's good. That's good.
Love it. See, we're all learning. That's what we're doing here today.
Mike, you're the senior director of journalism at Civic Information at Free Press, right? Mm-hmm. And how are you looking at this in the context of the work that you do on the local journalism and all the wins that you're talking about Bad Bunny and wins and everything, you're fighting for local journalism every day. And how does this align with, the bigger context of everything?
Yeah, I mean, it's a great question, Julio. Obviously what's been going on at the FCC, ABC, Jimmy Kimmel, it's a national story, but in so many ways, this is actually a local story. This is a local news story because of the involvement of Sinclair and Nexstar. I mean, I've been with Free Press for 10 years. I've had more conversations with people in the past few weeks about Sinclair and Nexstar than I have in the past 10 years here. And that's because no matter where you live in the country, there's a really high likelihood that you get your local broadcast news from a Sinclair or a Nexstar. And so, you know, I think that we have seen what this administration, what the FCC is willing to do when a comedian upsets them or challenges their power. What's going to happen when a local reporter who works at a Sinclair or Nexstar station starts reporting on ICE raids in the community? What's going to happen to those reporters when they cover how the federal cuts to education are impacting your local school system or the social safety net? And so, you know, we know that rapid media consolidation has really harmed local news. You know, a lot of people live in news deserts. Most people get their, you know, their local news and information from a commercial broadcaster or from a commercial newspaper owner, like a hedge fund like Alden or Gannett. And so I think it's really important that we're talking about how corporate ownership, not just when it comes to Jimmy Kimmel, but also at the local level, they continually prioritize their profit over free speech and public interest journalism. And so, you know, for me, as someone who pays attention to what's happening at the local level in my work, I've been able to talk to a lot of folks about what's happening and tie it back into what we're actually doing out on the ground level to strengthen local news and make it more community rooted.
And what's the state of it? What do you think the state of local news is like now? I mean, it's in this, again, thinking about where we are in this moment.
Mm-hmm.
What would you give it? I mean, are you hopeful? Are you like realistic? Like,
I mean, I mean, maybe a little bit of everything, right? I mean, you know, I don't think I would do this work if I wasn't hopeful. And I've had the good fortune of organizing in communities all around this country when it comes to local news, and I've seen how communities and local journalists have banded together to fill in the gaps left by consolidation, and now more recently the elimination of federal funding for public broadcasters at the local level. And so we're seeing more and more how communities are being left in the dark about what's happening in their schools, what's happening in their halls of power, what's happening with their local businesses or the local sports team. You know, all of these issues trickle down to the local level. And the reason why I have hope is because we're seeing people organizing together in response to companies like Nexstar and Sinclair. You know, you take California, Oregon, Washington State, Illinois, New Jersey. Over the past 5 or 6 years, there have been a lot of efforts at the state level to address the loss of local news, which is really great. But unfortunately, these really big corporations muscle their way to the front of the line. And they say, if you're going to support anything when it comes to local media policy, you have to make sure that we're paid out first. And that is concerning that we're seeing these really big companies trying to reinforce this kind of corporate hierarchy when it comes to local news. And so the reason why I have hope is that in all those states that I named, those broadcasters have been defeated when local civil society organizations, local journalists, ethnic media, nonprofit news, they've organized together to say, you know, we're the ones who are actually serving our communities. We're the ones who are actually filling in these gaps in news and information. And so we've actually been seeing a lot more of attention towards supporting these locally rooted independent publishers than these broadcasters. And that's what's given me hope, because I think if you look at the arc of history, these broadcasters more often than not get their way, whether it's at the federal level or at the local level. But I think now, especially with this Kimmel stuff, I think people are starting to pay attention a lot more.
Yeah. So, well, Mike, I know we didn't talk about Bad Bunny, but we can talk about it at some other series, and I can like fill you in. But
Absolutely.
I think, thank you so much for being on with us before, as we're like less than 2 minutes away from the FCC public meeting. But thanks again for being on.
Yeah, absolutely. I know you got to cut away to the meeting, but if folks do want to get involved at the local level when it comes to supporting local news, check out mediapowercollab.org. We've got local coalitions running in many states. We're about to launch a bunch more. If you care about local news, if you care about how the future of your community and why local journalism is important to your community, check out mediapowercollab.org. Reach out to us, raise your hand. We'll come and we'll support your efforts.
Thanks, Mike.
Yeah, thank you so much, Mike.
Take care.
Great having you.
All right.
Woo!
Okay.
Here we are. It's 10:30.
We're on time. Are they lining up? What do we got? What's the report from the ground, Candace? As I was asking Mike questions.
I haven't heard any updates on the ground, but we do have the live stream running in the background here, and I will cut over as soon as they go live. But I do want to bring in another, another one of our Free Press colleagues, who is really an expert on all things FCC and has probably watched more FCC meetings than anybody I've ever met in my life. Derek Turner, welcome.
Good morning to you too. How you doing?
Hi, Derek.
Thank you for joining us from the West Coast. I know it's pretty early over there.
It is. It's the time of morning that my cats like to gather around me and make me pet them. So if they jump on camera, all apologies.
Well, as we said earlier, cats are really core to the internet, so they're always
Yes,
welcome.
they
It looks like the meeting is getting started here. Give me a moment to get things set up. And Derek, why don't you just tell us a little bit about what's on the agenda today?
Sure. They just started. They said the Pledge of Allegiance. We're going to hear some opening remarks here by the chairman to convene it. Sometimes there's usually some salutations. Sometimes they get straight to it. This morning they got straight to it. Okay. So we've got a number of items here. Let's listen real quick.
Let's get it.
Okay. Yeah. So they have a number of items here. They have 7 today that range from just asking some questions about some general issues to actually proposing to delete lots of rules and regulations. So right now we're getting ready to what happens here at the open meeting, the staff that works in the bureaus who have written these long documents that are asking questions or making rule changes. The staff will read it, and then the commissioners will each go one by one in reverse order of tenure and comment on the notice. And then at the end, they vote, and then they move on to the next one. So the first notice we have up here is a notice of inquiry that's really just asking a lot of questions about state, local regulations and statutes that this FCC is concerned that may prevent timely deployment of wired broadband infrastructure. The FCC has limited authority here under the Communications Act to do things like issue orders where states, local governments can't, for example, put undue long times of applications that be answered or impose really high fees to apply, things like that. So this item here is what's called a notice of inquiry. So it's not very controversial. It literally just asks a bunch of questions without really putting its thumb on the scale too much, which I think as we will move along here, putting the thumb on the scale is sort of what this chairman does with his commission.
So who are we hearing from now? Is this the staffer that's explaining the details?
Yeah, so the woman that opened it up is Marlene Dortch. She's been there for forever, as long as I've been at the commission. The way when you write a letter to the commission in a formal way, you usually address it to the secretary. So I've addressed her many, many times, never actually met her in person. Right now, because this item has to do with wired infrastructure, the FCC is organized in what they're called bureaus. So there's one for wireless, there's one for wireline. They created a new one for space. There's public safety. So right now they're just going through bureau chief of the wireline bureau. He already up and done. He would probably talk about the order or the notice of inquiry real quick. Now there's someone in the competition policy division. The FCC has these little subdivisions that deal with specific aspects of telecommunications law and broadcast law. This is the competition policy division advisor. So he's tasked with mainly looking about how rules and regulations or the lack thereof do or do not promote or inhibit competition.
If adopted, this notice would commence an inquiry into further actions that the Commission could take to limit processing times and fees for the state and local authorizations needed to complete wireline deployments, as it has done for small wireless facilities. The notice of inquiry would seek targeted comment on the delays that providers encounter when accessing state and local public rights-of-way for wireline telecommunications services, the fees charged by state and local governments when providers seek authorizations to deploy and provide wireline telecommunications services, the in-kind compensation requirements imposed by state and local governments when, as a condition of obtaining authorizations for access to public rights-of-way, and whether the fees, delays, and conditions imposed by state and local governments have the effect of prohibiting the provision of wireline telecommunication services in violation of Section 253 of the Communications Act. Finally, the notice of inquiry would invite broad comment on specific state and local statutes, regulations, and legal requirements that the Commission could consider preempting via sua sponte preemption.
So is this just early, like when this is my first one, Derek? So this is why I'm asking. So this is is it sort of like housekeeping? Like,
thank you for the presentation.
will there be a time when the commissioners start
Yeah,
talking?
so
Or
right now, here we go. The bureaus are done.
oh, here's Secretary Gomez.
And
Yeah.
others want the FCC to be doing everything it can to accelerate broadband buildouts, especially
Commissioner
the
Gomez.
wireline infrastructure that can deliver reliable, high capacity connections necessary to meet this country's stated goal of winning the AI race. While I welcome public input on how we can spur further investment, we must remember that our primary responsibility is ensuring that these networks serve the public. That means adopting policies that encourage deployment while also holding providers accountable for delivering affordable, reliable, and resilient service to all communities, rural, urban, tribal, and tribal alike. But we also must recognize that the challenges people are facing right now are severe. The lapse of the Affordable Connectivity Program has already created real uncertainty for millions of families who now face higher bills or risk losing service altogether. And in recent months, unnecessary political, ideological, and technical hurdles have slowed the BEAD program, leaving too many communities waiting. That uncertainty is forcing businesses in many states to rethink investments. This administration should stop treating BEAD as a moving target and let the states be the best stewards of their communities' needs. Looking ahead, I also want to caution against getting sidetracked by attempts to fulfill a failed congressional effort and second-guess states that are placing guardrails on artificial intelligence. States can be important test labs for what may or may not work with emerging technologies like this one. Not to mention, our authority in this area is dubious at best, particularly after recent court decisions limiting our authority. We will be better served by focusing on the areas where we stand on firm legal ground. So I welcome this effort, and I look forward to working together to get it right.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Gomez, Commissioner Trustee now.
Thank you. State and local governments and the FCC work together as partners in many ways. We share the goal of bringing advanced networks capable of providing voice and data services to all Americans through programs like Universal Service. And among other things, we share the goal of protecting consumers from harm.
Can you guys pull her down a second? I wanted to go over real quick. Commissioner Gomez said something pretty interesting there. She noted that the FCC's authority to act here to preempt state and local regulation that the FCC feels may be providing a barrier of entry to providers of telecommunication services is questionable at best. There is a provision in the Telecommunications Act that does authorize the FCC to preempt state regulations that, quote, prohibit the ability of any entity to provide interstate or intrastate telecommunication service. But later on in that same section, it also notes that state and local governments, nothing about this section interferes with their ability to manage public rights of way or to require fair and reasonable compensation from telecom providers. So this is why I think this item is proceeding in somewhat of a slow pace by starting with a notice of inquiry, because the FCC's theory of its ability to act here is somewhat untested, certainly in what I think they eventually want to try to do here, which is potentially steamroll some environmental review and other things that certain states have that I don't think all telecommunications carriers are interested in. The other thing to note is this section of the law specifically talks about FCC's authority to preempt stuff that gets in the way of telecommunications service deployment. Well, some of you who are old fans of free press and the issue of net neutrality and quote Title II may remember the battle to get the FCC to properly classify broadband as a telecommunications service instead of an information service, just like, well, websites. Well, they did that. And then the last Trump FCC reversed that. So in theory, what this part of the Communications Act is talking about, it's clearly talking about broadband, but the FCC's own failures here to properly interpret the law put its own authority here that Congress gave it in even further jeopardy. So it'll be interesting to see how this proceeds. One thing to also note is Commissioner Trustee is going to be the last one to speak here. There's 3 FCC commissioners here right now. We're supposed to have 5, and I think my colleague Jessica can talk a bit about that when she joins us, why we have a 3-member commission right now and not a 5-member commission.
Yeah, thank you, Derek. I'm glad you brought all that up. And there's some other stuff I want to touch on when we get a little bit deeper, like what an NOI is, for example. But let's bring in Jessica Gonzalez. Hello, Jessica. Welcome.
Good morning from Los Angeles. It's good to see you all this morning. There's my contemporary, Brendan Carr. Brendan Carr, fun fact, Brendan Carr and I are the same age. Check that out. Okay. We entered the field at the same time. The communications bar is not a very large bar. It's a pretty close-knit bar. There's lots of happy hours and things. And when I was a brand new baby lawyer and lived in Washington, D.C. and was representing clients, including free press, before the agency, you know, I'd run into him from time to time at Federal Communications Bar Association events. So there he is.
And for our viewers, Jessica Gonzalez, co-CEO of Free Press. So
thanks in large part.
Yeah, and I got, there's a different version of the Federal Censorship Commission shirts. Mine has the eagle's mouth is censored. We got these printed out because of what's been happening these past couple of weeks, where the chairman really stepped over the line and was essentially bullying broadcasters to silence dissent and to silence voices that he and the president didn't want to hear. And this is a basic First Amendment violation, a corrupt overreach. And so that's why we have people inside the building today, peacefully, silently, wearing these T-shirts to protest the government overreach, to let Chairman Carr and others know that we are watching and that we are planning to hold him accountable to his oath. When FCC commissioners take office, they swear an oath on the Bible to uphold the Constitution. He has not been committed to that oath. That's why we're calling for Congress to call him up before the Oversight Committee or the Commerce Committee and make him testify, make him answer for his overreach, because we are seeing people from across the political spectrum sharing concern. We even saw notorious conservative Republican Senator Ted Cruz from Texas say, this is straight out of Goodfellas. He stepped over the line. This is dangerous. We don't want Democrats to censor us this way when we're in power. So we need to expect the same from ourselves. See, I quickly stopped when you zoomed in on me. It's too early to be zooming in on me over here, y'all. Come on now, it's 7:44 a.m. in LA.
Well, we're just really glad that you're here with us, Jessica. Both Jessica and Derek are truly experts on the FCC, and we're so lucky to have them here to break down the meeting as it's happening in real time. So if you have questions as things are, coming along here, just put them in the chat. We'll be happy to answer them. And I think, Julio, we're gonna say goodbye to you for now, and you'll be back to join us later.
I'll be back. And
All
people
right.
are already asking, so just so you know, before Commissioner Gomez, where can you get the t-shirt? So I will be back. Thank you, Candace.
I do believe we have a link where people can buy these t-shirts, and there's a variety. There's a variety to choose from, and they are online. And I think the proceeds go to a donation to support our work to hold the FCC accountable. So we'll drop that soon.
So just an update, the commissioners finished speaking. There's only 3 of them, so that went pretty fast. Because this is notice of inquiry, which I can explain more about later, they all did vote to approve to advance the item. Now we're on to the second item.
And that's pretty common, right? Like, it is this agency's job to investigate, interrogate, look into something. It's quite common.
There appears to be some chanting going on in the room.
Regulatory burdens and will be presented by the Wireless Telecommunications Bureau. Joel Taubenblatt.
Okay, it was fleeting. The closed caption said chanting, so, and everyone paused. So sorry to interrupt.
Thank you. Chief, when you are ready, please proceed.
Good morning, excuse me. Good morning, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. I'm pleased to have with me at the table from the Wireless Bureau, John.
We see people laughing in the background.
Legal advisor in our front office, Garnet Hanley, Chief of the Competition and Infrastructure Policy Division, Allison Jones.
So this is another this is what happens when at the FCC, there are these political appointee, the 3 commissioners you see at the dais. But then you have these folks like Jeffrey Bartlett here, who is a true career employee at the agency. He is an expert in these issues. He's dug really deep into this, though the direction that they take does depend on who chairs the commission. But he is presenting an item before the commissioners with research for them to vote yes or no on. And I point out these career employees because we don't often talk about them, but across the federal government this year, we have seen mass firings of these experts, these people who have these specialized expertise, whether it be at the FCC or the Federal Aviation Commission or the Environmental Protection Agency, who work there, who are nonpartisan, who are really there to represent the American people and to do a balanced, fair policy analysis to ensure that these agencies are serving the American people. There's been widespread firings of these people. Of course, today we have a government shutdown looming, and we've heard that Trump may use that opportunity to fire many of these career professionals who are really, FCC commissioners and chairs come and go, but some of these people work their entire careers serving the American people. And it's really a shame that they've been politicized the way that they have, because what they're doing, they're presenting the item, they're presenting the research. And in a well-functioning government, we need these people, these factual investigators, these legal experts, these economists, engineers, who are there to try to present the facts so that then these commissioners can make decisions based on the facts presented. And this happens every meeting. In between meetings, these people are inside the building, preparing documents, preparing research, briefs, analysis, so that the commissioners have information they need to make a good decision. And this commission isn't always as partisan as it is today. In fact, most of the time, on most of the items, they're voting in the similar direction. But here's Commissioner Gomez. Let's listen to her.
Call a friend, email our doctor, make a dinner reservation, or keep an eye on the dog via doggy cam is possible thanks to physical infrastructure deployed around us. As with any infrastructure, excuse me, I'm being serious. As with any infrastructure, building it involves negotiations between service providers and local governments. The notice of proposed rulemaking before us makes it easier to deploy necessary infrastructure that extends wireless communications to the benefit of communities across the country. Successful deployment requires collaboration, so I look forward to hearing from all stakeholders, including industry and local governments, about the proposals in this notice. Additionally, thank you to the Office of the Chairman for incorporating my edits to this item, including seeking comment about our legal authority regarding artificial intelligence. My comments in the Wireline NPRM about our legal authority on AI also apply here. And as always, thank you to the Wireless Telecommunications Bureau for your work on this item.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Trusty.
Thank you. As the Commission examines whether state and local requirements may actually or effectively prohibit providers from offering wireline telecommunication services, it is equally important to consider the impact of these requirements on wireless services. Americans are increasingly dependent on mobile devices and the networks that deliver high-speed internet access anytime and anywhere. This progress is due in no small part to substantial investments by wireless providers. A recent industry report highlights that over 15,000 new towers were activated in 2024, leading to expanded coverage and better quality mobiles. In my travels to Alaska and Mississippi and in conversations with wireless carriers, both large and small, I consistently hear the same concern. Some of the biggest barriers to widespread deployment of mobile and fixed wireless networks are delays and restrictions caused by state and local requirements. Now, the Commission has made important strides to accelerate the deployment of 5G networks in 2018 and 2020 during President Trump's first term, yet our work continues. As I noted last month, the U.S. has made significant progress, but international comparisons show that we still lag behind global competitors like China, which has gained an advantage in part by aggressively streamlining its infrastructure siting policies. For this reason, it's both necessary and timely to revisit the Ninth Circuit decision in League of California Cities, VFCC, and seek comment on the Commission's prior efforts to clarify the definition of concealment elements under the Spectrum Act's streamlined
I'll just jump in here because I don't want our viewers to get too lost in some of the jargon that's being discussed here. But so like the first item, this one has to do with local state government permitting issues instead of for wireline, so wired infrastructure. This one has to do with wireless infrastructure. Congress in all its wisdom wrote wireline and wireless in different parts of the law. So there's different sources of authority they're drawing on here. This is actually a notice of proposed rulemaking in part. So it is actually proposing to do something, or at least one step further proposing to do something and not just asking questions. Most of that part of the item deals with the issues around and something I honestly don't know too much about, but the rules and regulations around concealing. If you've driven down the highway and you've seen like, man, that tree looks kind of strange. Oh, that's actually a wireless tower. This disguised to look like a tree. Things like that. FCC's rules, believe it or not, actually touch that kind of thing. And stuff around concealment can be a barrier to timely deployment of wireless infrastructure. But at the same time, again, a lot of these issues involve states and local governments having genuine concern about, a wireless tower that's like literally right next door to a school and things like that. So a bit of a balancing act that the FCC likes to do here. One thing I noticed when Commissioner Trusty was when Commissioner Gomez was talking, she mentioned AI, and this is just a sign of the times that literally in an item about wireless infrastructure rules and regulations, you have a few questions about AI, and I think the reason that came up in there is the potential for wireless companies to want to use AI somehow in their wireless networks, infrastructure, operations, and state and local governments may or may not have new laws that restrict the use of AI. So they're asking questions about whether those are in conflict. Chairman is now giving a talk, and we can listen to him, but I can guarantee you the pattern usually is and this is not just for this chairman, they usually puff themselves up a little bit, talk about their agenda, what they're trying to accomplish here. Usually they fit in an anecdote or two about how they went out and visited the salt of the earth in middle America and saw farmers and people, who actually we care about as well, who need broadband. He often uses them as a photo op, but so, yep, he's doing that. He's talking about environmental review, talking about how that is costly, something that may or may not always be true. The problem with certain politicians is when they take things that are complex and they turn them into bumper stickers. And that's largely the sense I get from this chairman around the issues of state and local rules and regulations when it comes to deploying broadband and wireless infrastructure.
And the build out of new 5G infrastructure. Just 2 years after we adopted our reforms investment in wireless infrastructure surpassed the previous 7 years combined. And since 2018, the number of cell sites in service across the country has more than doubled. Thanks to all this investment and deployment, U.S. networks handled more wireless data traffic in 2023 than they did from 2010 to 2018 combined. But even with all this success, we have more to do. For one, some state and local governments still don't follow the federal rules. They sit on applications for too long, or they demand enormous sums of money simply to start processing permitting applications. For another, some authorities have stalled infrastructure builds using new tactics that we didn't have the chance to consider back in 2018. And for yet another, our 2018 reforms largely focused on small cells, but not other types of wireless deployments. All told, wireless providers still have to navigate a thicket of red tape just to get the permits they need, just so that Americans can get across the digital divide. And that's why we're dusting off our permitting reform playbook as part of the Build America agenda. We kickstarted those efforts in earnest last month when we opened a proceeding to modernize our environmental and historic reviews. And with today's item, we're taking a fresh look at our authorities under sections 253 and 332 of the Communications Act to preempt state and local barriers to next-gen builds. We also look to finish our work
another
section 6409 of the Spectrum Act, which to fast-track modifications to existing wireless infrastructure. We're pursuing these reforms because we want American companies to spend less time and capital dealing with red tape and more resources turning dirt and building out world-class networks. So for all their great work on this item, I want to thank, in particular, Jeff Bartlett, Rashawn Duvall, Jennifer Flynn, Eli Johnson, Robert Krinsky, and Jennifer Salhaus from the Wireless Bureau, and from OGC, Anjali Singh and Scott Novak. With that, we will now turn to a vote on the item, starting with Commissioner Gomez.
Approve.
Commissioner Trusty.
Approve.
The chair votes aye as well. The item is adopted with editorial privileges as requested. Madam Secretary, will you please announce the next item on today's agenda?
Not to interrupt Secretary Marlene Dortch, old friend of the show there, but I did want to take a moment to talk about this bit that Derek teed up earlier around why are there only 3 commissioners here when we're supposed to have 5? And this is something that I think maybe Jessica, you might be able to speak to.
Yeah, I'm going to try to work on my audio because I hear I'm not coming in great for you. Let me come back to you in a minute. Let's see if some headphones will serve us better.
Okay. Yeah.
I'll jump in real quick here because I saw a question somewhere. So again, item number 2, they all voted to approve. Not very surprising because mostly what these 2 items have been doing is just asking questions. And as Jessica mentioned earlier, that's the way you generally want your regulatory commissions to function, is level-headed and listening to input from the commissioners who don't have the majority. Their political party doesn't have the majority. This item that's coming up now is actually, it's a very interesting one. Some of you may be familiar with, and may even, depending on who's turning in, have worked on the issue of trying to do something about the exorbitant monopoly, beyond monopoly rates that incarcerated people and their families are forced to pay to talk to their loved ones who are incarcerated. The FCC has taken steps to try to address that. It's been tied up in court. It's been a long, long struggle. This is somewhat related to that in that the FCC is proposing, frankly, some pretty insane rules here to do something about what they call contraband phones in institutions. So from their perspective, what they're concerned about is phones being smuggled in and it being just like the movies where the mob boss is in prison and he's still running his enterprise from inside the prison, and they think it's being used for nefarious purpose. Now, certainly, I'm not saying that's not the case. I'm sure there's some examples of that. But the problem is that some of those illegal phones are used so people can avoid these ridiculous monopoly telephone rates that literally involve kickbacks to the local correctional officers. trying to do something about that, they can't make calls. It's so expensive. So this, underground illicit activity of smuggling phones in is essentially a release valve to that. And so perhaps the greater availability of phones within in the institutions is contributing to the bad part of that, which is the nefarious use of the phones inside these institutions. But had this FCC actually tried to continue to make some progress on lowering those monopoly rates, that would provide the opportunity that would provide the opportunity for people inside the institutions to make phone calls using the official equipment. There would be less demand for these types of devices. Let's listen to Commissioner Gomez here.
We take enforcement action against parties that use jamming devices. That is because jamming devices can prevent you from completing 911 and other emergency calls, can interfere with communications networks used by fire, police, and other public safety entities, and can block general daily wireless communications. Today's NPRM proposes to allow correctional facilities.
Yeah, just real quick, what she's talking about here, this is why this NPRM is a bit crazy. They're proposing a system where
they're trying to address is
they're legalizing cell signal jamming, which is usually highly illegal, but they're proposing to literally legalize this. And there's parts of the item that talk about ways to prevent those jammers from being not illicitly used elsewhere. So to try to create one illicit communications device problem, they may be creating a much worse one. And as the commissioner notes here, these jammers can do things like interfere with life-saving 911 calls and other issues.
Unauthorized entry and burglaries at homes and stores. Jamming poses such a risk that several states recently passed laws or are considering laws to curtail this activity. For example, Indiana passed a law explicitly banning radio jammers and increasing penalties for their use. California proposed criminalizing not only use, but also manufacture, import, and marketing of jammers. New York introduced a bill that would elevate possession of a jammer to a felony, and Florida has statutes that prohibit knowingly obstructing emergency and volunteer radio communications, a protection for first responders. Jamming equipment in the hands of bad actors can facilitate nefarious uses that pose far too great a risk to the public. Today's proposal demands that we proceed cautiously, aided by the knowledge of experience. That is why I propose to the chair that we first begin with a pilot program. A pilot program would allow us to test the real-world consequences of permitting jamming, even in this narrow scenario. Jamming, if not properly engineered, implemented, and maintained, has the potential to cause harmful interference to legitimate communications, including public safety and emergency services. A pilot program would allow us to learn about what happens to lawful communications around a correctional facility using jammers, especially when the facility is in a populated urban area. Could a lawful call to 911 be blocked simply because the caller was too close to a jammer operating in a jail? Would homes near correctional facilities experience disruptions in service? We must proceed carefully so as not to inadvertently block lawful communications. A pilot program would also give us invaluable insight to the challenges of authorizing jamming so that we get it right and keep the public safe. I'm grateful that the chair heard my concerns and included a new section in the NPRM asking for comments on the merits and setbacks of conducting a limited pilot program. Testing out how jamming would operate in the real world is critical.
Derek, can you talk a little bit about what an NPRM is, this Notice of Proposed Rulemaking?
I'm also glad to see that we include
Right. So we started off this meeting with a notice of inquiry, which is they're just asking questions. It would be highly unusual for the commission to just come out and go from just asking questions to actually writing rules into the Code of Federal Regulations. So there's this intermediate step. It's called a notice of proposed rulemaking, where it's asking questions again. Historically, they have temporary conclusions. They've tentatively concluded something, then they propose to do something, and the public is asked to comment on that. The trend in the past several years has been for these notice of proposed rulemaking to look more like they're just asking questions, and that's sort of what this one does as well, though it does have some very specific proposals. One that was just mentioned by Commissioner Gomez here, instead of just going straight to let's allow phone jammers near correctional institutions, the commissioner here has proposed just let's start this. Let's put our toe in the water and start this slowly here and just test this out. under a pilot program. So once a notice of proposed rulemaking is issued, the commission can then go back, issue rules, and then usually if it's a high profile item, they'll come back and have another vote and another open meeting, debate here on a report and order that actually has the rules. So notice of proposed rulemaking is basically the final step before the commission actually issues an order that either deletes, modifies, or codifies new regulations into the Code of Federal Regulations.
Jails and prisons to coordinate criminal activity, intimidate witnesses, and even plan escapes. These devices pose a grave threat to the safety of correctional staff, incarcerated individuals, and the public at large. The good news is that this problem has not gone unnoticed. Law enforcement officials, lawmakers, industry stakeholders, and others broadly agree on the urgent need to prevent contraband phones from entering correctional facilities and being used for unlawful purposes. The Commission has already taken important steps to combat this problem by facilitating and authorizing the use of contraband interdiction technologies. Those technologies include managed access systems and other detection tools designed to identify and block unauthorized cell phone use. Despite this progress, contraband cell phones remain a persistent public safety threat. And given this risk, I'm pleased that today's item seeks comment on additional tools to complement the resources already available to correctional facilities. In particular, the proposed clarification of Section 333 and the development of a regulatory framework that allows state and local correctional.
How's my audio? Is it any better? Yikes.
It's a little bit better. It's a little bit better.
Okay, I'll try to be less boomy. I have that.
Need to get you one of those podcaster microphones. And
yeah, it might be
sound
time.
good.
It might be time if we're going to do this more. So I want to just point out this is a very customary meeting. They have these items, they're dense. It's a little boring if you're if you're not a FCC wonk, and sometimes even if you are, frankly. And I think this is, this is something we have to grapple with if we want to have a participatory democracy, is like these meetings by design. And we used to have a commissioner who shall remain nameless that would read long, boring speeches when they were doing really treacherous things. And the point is, they don't want us to be paying attention. They want to make this hard to consume and understand for regular Americans, especially when they're doing lawless things like what the FCC chair is doing right now. They want to just be able to move through this process, to have this polite meeting without anyone objecting or any coverage. I'm sure Brendan Carr, while he might get a little thrill out of being on South Park this week, it was not good. Even though he is acting outside the law in many ways right now, like I mentioned earlier, the communications bar is really small. He wants to be able to move through these items, say a polite speech, vote on things in ways that are contradictory to the public interest with little fanfare. And that's why it's important that we watch. That's why it's important that we translate what's happening for our friends and family. The most important people out there are you, because we are helping each other in a participatory democracy. We're helping each other understand, I couldn't go to an EPA meeting and understand what's going on there. I rely on the experts to break it down for me. So this is very customary. They have these items, they vote, and we move forward. I still believe that Chairman Carr cares about his standing in the Federal Communications Bar Association. Every December, there is a big party called the Chairman's Dinner, where the chair of the FCC gets on stage and he does essentially some kind of poor stand-up, or she. We finally had our first permanent female chair under the Biden administration, Chairwoman Jessica Rosenworcel. But I think he still wants to be in that room and be taken seriously. And he's really flirting with the edge here. He can go to this meeting and hold a decorum and wear his suit and tie. I notice he's wearing his American flag on his lapel today instead of his little Trump brooch which he's been seen wearing on a regular basis. But this is our job at Free Press. Our job is to help translate what's happening here at the agency, what it means for regular people, and to help you all lift your voices when bad things are happening. And there is a lot at stake, not just today, where we have an item coming up on E-rate, which helps make internet more affordable for low-income seniors and poor students across the country, that probably we wouldn't have been talking about on a live stream today had Chairman Carr not stepped so far over the line. So the reason I'm interested in this, the reason I've sat inside, not this building because they're in a new building, but the old FCC building for dozens and dozens of meetings, is because the decisions they're making, although they're shrouded in this legalese, have impacts on everyday people. The prison phone item. This is about whether if you have an incarcerated loved one, you can communicate with them. And it's not just about the people who are incarcerated. It's about their families, their children, their moms. And that this agency is refusing to ensure that prison phone companies aren't ripping off the American public is really disgusting.
Jamming will not make sense for every facility, but there are many places where it will be the right solution. Now, after that Arkansas event I held earlier this month, on a drive back to the airport, I called Captain Johnson on the phone. We spoke for a little bit. He'd watched the live stream of the press conference. He said he was actually just a couple months removed from another surgery, but he said he could not be happier to see that the FCC was finally moving forward with a jamming proposal. He was so grateful to the agency for the work we're getting done. I told Captain Johnson how thankful we were for his years-long leadership on this issue. I'm glad that we're getting this one across the finish line for him. For their work on the item, I'd like to thank the FCC's talented team, in particular, Brian Butler, Jamie Coleman, Melissa Conway, Lloyd Coward, Michael Ha, Ira Kels, Roger Noel, Nick Oros, and the whole group that's here today as well. Thank you so much for your work on the item, and we will proceed to a vote, starting with Commissioner Gomez.
Thank you. Approved.
Commissioner Trusty.
Approved.
The chair votes aye
I
as
think
well.
we're now going to move
Item
to
is
an item
adopted.
that's very important to
Editorial privileges
everyone here
as
and
requested.
a lot of our viewers today, and that will be the quadrennial media owner, broadcast media ownership rules. I'm guessing is up next. Let me
On your
listen.
agenda is titled Modernizing Broadcast Ownership Rules and will be presented by the Media Bureau. And Aaron Boone, Chief of the Bureau, will give
So the Media Bureau can present it. I can tell it to you pretty quickly. Throughout the FCC's history, because there are far more people that want to access the public airwaves, broadcast television and radio, than there are available airwaves, the FCC allocated these very valuable license on a leased basis to initially the big broadcasters way back in the 20s. Throughout the FCC's history, it had a limit on the number of stations that you could own nationally as well as locally. And the thinking there is, well, we don't want to monopolize the public airwaves. Diverse and antagonistic sources of news and information are incredibly important to our democracy. Congress made some changes to the FCC's rules with the very infamous 1996 Telecommunications Act that did usher in an era of deregulation, but it wasn't total elimination of the rules. It basically told the FCC to modify some of its rules, come back every 2 years to see, later changed to 4 years to see if the rules needed to be modified further. Many folks listening to this, a lot of folks at Free Press fought this for 20 plus years and had great string of victories in the appellate courts to defend the FCC's media ownership rules against being torn down. That sort of came to an end with the Trump administration. So right now, the remaining broadcast media ownership rules are as follows. We used to have a rule that prevented 2 top 4 television stations being owned by the same person in the same market. So if you owned an NBC station, you couldn't also own the Fox station. A court has vacated that rule. And as of October 21st, that rule is no longer on the books. The remaining television rule is simply you cannot own 3 or more stations no matter their rank. So that is teed up here for elimination. There is another television rule that's somewhat scary. It's called the dual network rule. So the parent companies that program primetime NBC, ABC, CBS, and Fox those two companies are not allowed to merge their so-called Big Four broadcast networks that local affiliates often carry. That heretofore has been seen as just unthinkable. The FCC has proposed that rule for elimination. And finally, with radio, depending on the number of radio stations you have in a market, there's a certain number of stations you can own. Again, the idea here is to keep somewhat some level of diversity of ownership within the ranks of radio. Carr's about to speak now. Let's hear what he has to say. Oh, wait, no, this is Gomez. Let's hear.
Alarming attacks on the First Amendment in recent history. First, an ABC reporter was told that his coverage amounted to hate speech and he should be prosecuted simply for doing his job. Then this FCC threatened to go after the same network, seizing on a late-night comedian's comments as a pretext to punish speech it disliked. That led to a new low of corporate capitulation that put the foundation of the First Amendment in danger. This was no simple business decision. It was an act of clear government intimidation. And while the FCC does not have the authority, the ability, or the constitutional right to police lawful content or to punish broadcasters for speech the government dislikes, even the threat of revoking a license is no small matter. It poses an existential risk to a broadcaster which cannot exist without its license. Ultimately, after days of bipartisan pushback against this weaponization of government power, Disney backed off. However, for several days, the corporate behemoths who own large swaths of local stations across the country did not. That's because these billion-dollar media companies have business before the FCC. They will need regulatory approval of their transactions and are pushing to reduce regulatory guardrails so they can grow even bigger. That has left local stations trapped in the middle as these massive companies impose their will and their values upon local communities. This precise example neatly encapsulates the danger of allowing vast and unfettered media consolidation. This could drastically alter the media ecosystem and the number of voices that are a part of it. This notice of proposed rulemaking is one of multiple proceedings impacting the media ecosystem on which the Commission is expected to act in the near term. I think it is the right moment to give an overview of what is expected, how these actions are related, why it matters, and what is at stake. First, local broadcast journalism matters. It is a key element of the United States civic infrastructure that keeps our democracy strong. Over the past 2 years, I have traveled around the country meeting with stakeholders in all the industries we oversee. And almost everywhere I went, I have visited with a local television and/or a radio broadcaster. From a low-power FM station in the Boyle Heights neighborhood in Los Angeles to the NBC and Telemundo studios in Miami, Florida. One beauty of the local broadcasting model is that they are virtually everywhere. I am consistently blown away by local journalists' commitment to serving their local communities and their passion for their work. What we all need to understand is that even when you get your news on your phone, as opposed to from a local broadcast, the source of that news is very often a local broadcast journalist that does the hard work day in and day out. That means if there are fewer local broadcast journalists, there are fewer total journalists out there covering the stories that matter to communities and to the nation. This is on top of the loss of local journalists that resulted from the closures of so many local newspapers. Second, the media ecosystem has changed. As described in this item, the regulatory structure underlying broadcasting is complex and designed to, on the one hand, ensure a diversity of viewpoints are represented by precluding one entity from dominating the voices available in a community, and on the other hand, support a balance of negotiating power between large broadcasting networks that produce news and entertainment content, targeting a national audience, and locally licensed broadcasting stations that produce news and entertainment content that is targeted locally. Importantly, from this inception, the broadcasting ecosystem has provided free over-the-air programming nationwide, supported by advertising dollars. Advertising is a multi-billion-dollar business, and advertising decisions are driven by competitive market forces. The public has benefited as competition for viewers resulted in high-quality programming. As technology evolved over the last 3/4 of a century, there have been changes to our regulatory structure that were designed to maintain the balance between national and local broadcasters and to protect consumers. There are rules that set guardrails on how broadcasters negotiate with what we call multi-channel video programming distributors, or MVPDs, and also known as satellite and cable television companies, for the distribution of their content. One of the outcomes of these rules is a framework for payments from MVPDs and their subscribers to broadcasters that are referred to as retransmission consent payments. These payments are an additional important source of support for free over-the-air programming, and the proceedings I am describing will also impact the negotiating leverage among broadcasters and MVPDs. Broadcasters have been losing advertising dollars to digital alternatives for decades, but the rise of various streaming platforms, the decline of cable subscribers, and the shift driven by audiences getting news and entertainment through social media applications has been growing for some time and is upending the long-standing model. When broadcasters were the indisputably best advertising medium, broadcast advertising dollars were plentiful and could support multiple local broadcasting stations in most communities. The competition from all the digital platforms, which can deliver national or local targeted ad campaigns using personal data, the migration of high-value content such as live sports to alternative streaming platforms, and the decline of MVPD subscriptions are having a very real impact on broadcasters' bottom lines. Not surprisingly, broadcasters are working on multiple fronts to keep their businesses financially viable in the digital age. Nobody can tell me that what the broadcasting industry is going to look like 5 or 10 years down the road. And importantly, not all broadcasters have the same incentives because they are often managing different collections of assets. So I'm going to walk through key aspects of several issues that are pending in different proceedings. This quadrennial review is looking at the prohibition against owning more than 2 broadcast stations in a market. The case for lifting the 2-station rule is that economic pressures, meaning reduced advertising and subscription dollars, can only be addressed by creating economies of scale through the use of shared resources such as real estate, personnel, and technology. The case against it is made clear in arguments I hear, such as from a consumer who wrote to me about the fact that 4 of the 5 stations in Eugene, Oregon, that broadcast local news are owned by a single entity. She raised concerns that the commonly owned stations all share the same crew, reporters, and on-air personnel, and stories for the local news programming. This means that although there are 5 stations with local news programs on air each day, there are really only 2 choices. I believe, this is the consumer, that limits the points of view available when it comes to local news stories. And since the local news programs also include some national news stories, the 4 stations owned by that one station group are all the same stories as reported by such same station group. In a second proceeding, the Commission is looking at raising the national ownership limit. That is, entities are prohibited from owning broadcast stations that reach more than 39% of the households in the United States. This issue created controversy in the past, and in 2004, Congress stepped in to ratchet back the FCC's prior action and to establish the national ownership cap we have today. Advocates for raising or eliminating the cap argue that it limits their ability to compete for national advertising campaigns that are necessary to support local broadcasting, which they are committed to. Opponents assert the local broadcasters owned by large station groups, which can be billion-dollar corporations, are not serving their local markets because they are broadcasting content advancing the corporate parent's national interests as if it was locally originated. Given the prior congressional action, I believe that only Congress can raise the cap. From a policy perspective, as explained in the item today, our regulatory structure is in large part based on a balance of power between the national networks with incentives to serve national interests and local broadcasters with incentives to serve their local communities. A significant question to be addressed is how would ownership of a group of local broadcasters that together reach the majority or all of the nation change the incentives of that station group? In the past 2 weeks, the public has raised serious concerns that large station groups made programming decisions to serve their national corporate interests, not their communities of license. What is the impact of letting them get even bigger? Finally, broadcasters are petitioning the commission to impose a hard deadline requiring cutover to the next generation of broadcasting technical standards, generally referred to as Next Gen TV or ATSC 3.0. While this sounds a little wonky, stick with me here for a moment to explain why it matters. Next Gen TV is a new broadcasting standard that uses an IP format. Broadcasters can use this to evolve technologically and to provide additional services to better compete with digital platforms, though through both services they offer and through targeted advertising they will sell. It will allow more efficient use of spectrum, which will in turn free up spectrum for non-broadcasting services that they can monetize. There are many good things about this technology, but like everything else, it raises questions of costs and policy outcomes. Costs will be borne by manufacturers that will need to add technology to televisions to receive this broadcast, MVPDs that will need to change their equipment to receive the Next Gen TV signals, and consumers that will need to purchase antennas for their existing TVs to receive the new signal over the air or potentially pay higher prices for new televisions. Importantly, the benefits of Next Gen TV to broadcasters increase if the national ownership cap is raised or eliminated. A station group with a nationwide footprint and data about their audiences will be able to compete for national targeted advertising campaigns. They also plan to sell data casting services using the broadcast spectrum made available by the more efficient standard to, for example, broadly and efficiently transmit technical updates to devices such as phones and cars outside traditional broadband connections. This may well be a great use of spectrum, but we should certainly consider the policy implications of allowing this before it happens. These are all complex proceedings with more issues to resolve than I am even covering today. The financial pressures on local broadcasters are very real, as are the significant values of the local broadcasting services they provide to their communities of license. The Commission requires locally licensed broadcasters to serve their communities of license in the public interest. The key principles underlying this statement remain localism, viewpoint diversity, and competition. Financial gains for corporate giants is not a basis to abandon our and our broadcasters' obligations to serve the public interest. The question remains, however, what can we do? How do we move forward to maintain and grow this critical infrastructure of democracy that depends on the broadcast ecosystem? I do not fault the broadcasters and other industry stakeholders for looking out for their financial interests. That is their job. And I applaud the public interest advocates for pushing back against the notion that competitive pressures are more important than localism and viewpoint diversity. We need to ensure our rules prioritize viewpoint diversity and incentivize broadcasters to serve their communities of license. The broadcast ecosystem is a long-standing public-private partnership, and I call on all stakeholders to approach this pivotal moment with an open mind to identifying modifications to current rules that would both shore up the economics of broadcast television and preserve the public interest. This notice of proposed rulemaking is required by statute. I support seeking comment on these very important issues, and I look forward to productive engagement with stakeholders and remain focused on retaining rules necessary to serve the public interest. I appreciate the chairman, including my suggested edits in the NPRM, and I thank the Media Bureau staff for their good work on this complex matter.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Trustee.
So we're gonna take it back up to some commentary here. For those of you who are just learning about Commissioner Ana Gomez, I want to just note how incredible she has been during this period. You'll remember that federal trade commissioners, Becca Kelly Slaughter and Alvaro Bedoya, were fired by Donald Trump shortly into his tenure in his second term. Those were the two Democrat FTC, Federal Trade Commission commissioners. Ana Gomez here is the lone Democrat left at the Federal Communications Commission. Earlier this year, she started what she labeled a First Amendment tour to challenge government censorship and control at great personal risk. Actually, we hosted her here in Los Angeles in May with Congressman Raul Ruiz from the Inland Empire, who also sits on the House Commerce Committee that oversees the FCC. And that's where she heard from the Boyle Heights broadcaster that she mentioned. She heard from a lot of different journalists here in Los Angeles expressing how chilling it was to have the FCC clamping down on speech for the president and for the FCC chair to make comments about political news and other coverage that was happening, even if it wasn't pointed at their particular outlets, knowing that the chair was going to come in and weigh in and have an opinion on content that he disagreed with and wield his regulatory power to silence them was really chilling. But Ana Gomez has really gone out of her way to hear from people. The First Amendment tour continues with more stops on the way soon. You can drop in the chat where you live and we'll see if we can't get her out there. But she really is trying to hear from the public about the impacts of this. I want to kind of go through a few things that she mentioned in her comments. This is Commissioner Ana Gomez, who is a lifelong Democrat, but also a lifelong communications policy expert. She's been at law firms. She was at the National Telecommunications and Information Administration for some time, but she's really a career public servant who's a true expert on these issues and really sticking her neck out there. She's doing this First Amendment tour. She launched it after the Trade Commission commissioners had been fired, knowing that she might be fired for her speech. And so far, so good. But I think a few things from her remarks. She was drawing the connection, as Free Press has done in our Media Capitulation Index, which you can find online, and I'm sure one of my colleagues will drop a link in the chat here, drawing the dots between media consolidation and how heavily consolidated our media market is here in the United States in this speech in regards to broadcast. But as some of you have pointed out in the chat, our social media is also becoming more consolidated, and the capitulation that's happening to the industry. I think this is a really important point because when you hear from folks from countries, from the Philippines, from Hungary, from Poland, from Vietnam, from other places that moved from democracies to autocracies in a short period of time, you will hear, and Maria Ressa joined us earlier this year, Nobel Prize laureate Maria Ressa, who runs the Rappler, who was prosecuted by the Filipino government over her coverage of their atrocities during the Duterte regime. And she was explaining to us the consolidation of the media market, the control of voices. That is the first authoritarian move because Trump has a broader agenda than an FCC agenda. Of course, we're seeing it play out right now as people are kidnapped off the streets for being brown, and more as we are seeing national troops move into our peaceful cities in Oregon and here in LA and Chicago under the guise that there's some huge threat of violence. Well, if there is massive media showing up and telling a different story, it's really dangerous to his agenda. It compromises him. So this takeover of the media system is part of why this is so important in the moment. And I think part of why so many of you are here today. I see in the chat, so many people are really understanding the link between who owns the media, who controls the media, and whether or not that we, the people, get access to the truth about what's happening in our communities. So Commissioner Gomez just said in her remarks that the public interest standard that the FCC has to employ when voting yes or no on this broadcast consolidation issue is whether this order, this ruling that they will issue, helps foster localism, viewpoint diversity, and competition. The item before the commission right now certainly goes in the opposite direction from that, but instead Brendan Carr is trying to say, create a new public interest standard. This has been the standard for many years now. And instead he's trying to, through the Kimmel, the Kimmel incident, but also the way he went after Paramount when they had a merge CBS and 60 Minutes and Paramount, the way he's gone after NBC, the way he's come after public broadcasters. We've seen him time and again use his regulatory power and say, it's not in the public interest if you report on ICE raids. There's actually an active, as far as I know, still an active investigation into a radio broadcaster in the Bay Area that reported on ICE raids happening in the city, saying that that was against the public interest. This is just how dangerous it's gotten, where clearly the chair is working with the president to chill dissent, and dissent that's rightly earned because of the atrocities that they are putting out into our cities. I want to go to a couple questions. Kimberly B., you asked, how can the FCC chair use merger approval to influence the media? This is a really important question. It's really inappropriate. It's really unconstitutional for the FCC chair to threaten license revocations or to hint, as he has, that merger approvals or rule changes hinge on what kind of content a broadcaster airs. The problem that we've run into so far is whether or not the public has standing to complain about these things and to bring lawsuits again about these things when the media institutions that are the ones who are experiencing the First Amendment violations aren't filing suit. And we all know why they're not filing suit. They have more business in front of the agencies. So they're trying to be nice. They're settling frivolous defamation lawsuits that they could easily win in court. They're even in the past week on Friday, when Nexstar and Sinclair informed the public that they would be putting Jimmy Kimmel back on the air, their statement had a really weird sentence. It said, we took Jimmy Kimmel off the air, and it had nothing to do with what the government was saying. The FCC chair had nothing to do with this. And that really stuck out to me, because there is no public relations reason that a broadcaster would feel the need to explain the government involvement if they hadn't been instructed to do so by the chair. So we know this isn't true, but we're living in a state of suspended reality with the Trump administration, and the FCC is just one corner of that. And until we have more people like Kimmel, who did stand up and say, no, I'm not going to pay them off. I'm not going to shut up. I'm not going to apologize. And until we have an actual company that's harmed, unfortunately, we, the people, our standing is on shaky ground to protest this, even though we are the ones being harmed. And that is the result of the Supreme Court chipping away and other courts chipping away at what we call citizen standing. And we've seen this in, free press is in court quite a bit, usually to sue the government when they make a bad decision at the FCC. And we've seen this what's called standing doctrine, the right to sue when you've been harmed, being chipped away at. And so that's part of the barrier. Part of the problem is that we've had these big decisions that narrow down the influence and the role that public has in the debate. And so that's why it's so important that people got out to the streets to protest. That's why it's so important that we're engaged and protesting what is going down. We have to use the tools in the toolbox to hold these folks accountable. Andrea Bertram talked about the legacy failures and said something to the effect of, how can we not turn somewhere else other than legacy broadcasting when the legacy broadcasters have failed us so dearly? I have to say, I really identify with this as a Chicana, Latina woman growing up in Los Angeles, even as diverse as this county is. I never saw Latinos on the news in a positive way. We were covered with a crime blotter, even though I could see in my community people doing good deeds day in, day out. So, this is part of why I do this work, because I've seen my community defamed. I've seen my community misrepresented. And that was because there were a few broadcasters who didn't really represent the diversity of viewpoints even in a DMA, a market area as big as Los Angeles and as diverse as Los Angeles. So yeah, we do have to turn to alternatives. And I want to plug here, and I know I'm going on a rant now. I'm just going to keep going because you're still here, and I thank you for that. But we're not just here to play defense against the bad things coming out of the Trump administration. Free Press also has plans to build up public media, independent media, local media that actually serves communities, media that gets out there and interviews people and asks, what do you need to know more about? We had a poll that we put out into the field, 3,000 people last year, that asked, do you feel like you have enough news and information so that you feel like you know who to vote for in local elections? Do you know what's happening at City Hall? Do you know what's happening in your school district? Do you feel like your local news outlets are serving you? The vast majority of people said, we don't feel like we have enough information about this. So I'm sure my colleague Mike Rispoli talked about this earlier when I was getting my kids off to school. I'm sure Vanessa Maria on our team talked about this as well, but we have projects in states across the country where we have successfully secured public funding in states that is going into local nonprofit newsrooms. And we are trying to grow this movement through our Media Power Collaborative work. And I encourage you to go to our website at freepress.net to learn more about this, to be part of the solution. We know from the past couple weeks that corporate media is not going to save us. Corporate media is not going to save democracy. And so we have to start building our own infrastructure so that people can learn what's happening, learn the truth, and decide for themselves what they want to see happening in their communities. I'm going to go to one more question, then I'll come back because I'm seeing lots and lots in the chat. Cheryl McBrown, how do we protest to save social media? I'm really glad you asked this. Part of what I'm really worried about with this FCC chairman, who was the only sitting member of the US government to contribute to Project 2025, which is bad, but also good because we have his blueprint. We know the way he plans to wield his power as FCC chair. And this assault on free speech on broadcast networks is just the beginning. In Project 2025 and in letters that he's sent to social media platforms even before he became chair, Brendan Carr has laid out a pretty clear plan to grab authority over social media platforms and force them to leave up content that is against their rules, or to take down content, presumably. If you can force them to leave content up, you can force them to take content down. He is interrogating and investigating social media companies, which, by the way, Congress has not granted him any authority to regulate. He is interrogating their content moderation practices, and he wants to do more. He wants to introduce a proceeding, which we haven't seen introduced yet, that will give him more authority. And the point isn't whether or not he can do this. He can try to do this. We would sue him. We would probably win. The point is how chilling it is to even have this threat looming over them. What have social media companies done already? We all saw the inauguration stage where Mark Zuckerberg and Jeff Bezos and Elon Musk and on, all these tech bros were lining up behind the president, making $1 million+ donations to try to influence this agenda. But this is a really dangerous turn and something that I am going to be looking out for in the next year to ensure that this FCC chair does not grab authority to do this treacherous thing. One more thing about this, and then I swear I'll stop talking. The FCC's authority, it only exists as an independent regulatory agency. It's supposed to be independent of the executive branch. We're not really seeing that right now. And it was created, the FCC was created by an act of Congress. Its authority vests from Congress. The FCC only has authority to do what Congress has, by statute, delegated it to do. So not only would taking over the social media companies not be something that the FCC has authority to do by Congress, but this proposal before the agency right now to increase the number of stations, what is called the national cap of broadcast stations that any one entity can own, that is also something that Congress has control over. The FCC does not have the authority to do that. And so there's a lot of different intervention points. If you sign up for freepress.net, if you go to our site, if you get on our text message list, we actually send about every week or so, we'll send a text message, really short, alerting you on what's happening, letting you know when it's time to take action, if you can call your members of Congress, if you can send a petition to the agency. And I think that's the best way. We promise to keep very close track of what's happening here and to alert our members of when it's time to stand up and make your voices heard. So thank you for coming to my TED Talk. And I'll turn it back to Commissioner Gomez.
Before we pot her up, I just want to catch folks up because there was a lot that happened while Jessica was giving those remarks, which frankly are a lot more interesting than what was going on in the room, but I'll catch you up there. So when we cut away, they were last on the media ownership item. It's a notice of proposed rulemaking that Congress requires the FCC by law to issue every 4 years. So Commissioner Gomez did vote to approve that item, even after giving a very poignant and scathing speech about the dangers that further deregulation of media ownership limits and further consolidation of local media poses. After that, they moved to a very controversial item that's very wonky, that Commissioner Gomez spoke very eloquently in her opposition to, which is called the direct final rule. Under the Administrative Procedures Act, regulatory agencies have to issue public notice and allow for public comment on changes to rules, adopting new rules, getting rid of old rules. There is some provisions in the law that allow the FCC to skip that process. However, it's very, very rarely ever invoked or used. What this chairman has done is essentially say, I want to take away as many old regulations as possible. Now, to be fair, some of these are just sort of lingering things that are on the book that were never deleted, that no one pays attention to because they've been superseded by other regulations. They're still there. There's some things like that. And the FCC, as a matter of routine, periodically issues notice and comment and gets rid of those things. What the chairman has proposed here is to essentially say, no, for a ton of stuff, because of the president's delete order or executive order, we're going to go through and just take a hatchet to a bunch of things we don't like. Commissioner Gomez spoke quite eloquently about, hey, hold on a second. A lot of these rules you're proposing to get rid of now with no opportunity for public comment have to do with accessibility issues for folks who have mobility issues or hearing issues. And shouldn't we ask the public about that, especially interested parties about these? But no, they're going to go straight through to deleting that. Now we're on to the last two items. This one right now and the one following both have to do with what's called E-rate in 1996, part of the infamous 1996 Telecommunications Act. One of the good things Congress did was set up a mechanism to fund computers and internet access in schools and in libraries. And as many of you know, most of us have broadband and have cell phones, but for many, many folks in rural America and many low-income folks, they still lack that kind of access. During the pandemic, when it became hugely obvious that we need internet access so our kids can continue to learn, the FCC changed some of its rules to allow for the subsidizing of Wi-Fi on school buses, and separately to allow for students to check out so-called hotspots and take those home with them so they could not only do their schoolwork on a maybe potentially 2-hour-long bus ride, but also once they get home to do it there. Some of those kids were never going to school in the first place, so their hotspot was literally their only way to get connected. We've all moved past that era of the COVID pandemic, and so it may be fair to ask questions about, hey, should we continue these COVID era programs? But what this chair has done is incredibly cruel. He's just snatching away this access that tons of kids rely on, need to use to stay educated, stay connected, and not offering any type of alternative for these folks, and just essentially leaving them to go sit back in the McDonald's parking lot and use their Wi-Fi. So incredibly cruel way to proceed here. even if there is a legitimate reason to ask questions about the continued need for COVID era programs, to just snatch them away like this is just incredibly cruel. It's also a top priority of Senator Ted Cruz. Largely, his framing here is that, oh, this is being abused. It's being used by adults, and it's not supervised. Well, frankly, the truth is that these connections are oftentimes more locked down and more supervised by the school administrators than whatever internet connection a child might have at home. So again, this, once you think of the children, kind of scare tactics used to essentially cruelly take away much needed internet access from kids who have no other alternatives.
We respect Congress's constitutional role while fulfilling our own. The Supreme Court's recent decision upholding the constitutionality of the Universal Service Fund reinforces my approach.
We had an ongoing question. A couple of people have asked why there's only 3 FCC commissioners. So typically there are 5 FCC commissioners. This president just hasn't bothered to appoint the other 2. There can only be at a maximum 3 of any one political party. Right now, the Republicans hold the majority, and no news on whether we'll see more appointments in this agency.
Pointed to the very hotspots order before us as an example of unbounded FCC discretion.
One thing I will note on that, the FCC does have a quorum rule. So many of us have wondered why the president, who was very eager to fire the FTC Democrats, has not gone ahead and fired Anna Gomez. Now, maybe once they see, a third Republican, maybe they'll do that. But the FCC does need 3 votes, not necessarily in the same direction, but they need a quorum of 3 commissioners to conduct most of their business.
I suspect, too, that the FTC firings had a lot to do with how close Musk was to the administration and how much business was before the Federal Trade Commission that could have harmed his business interests. So that was a high priority because the FTC has a number of investigations into his enterprises.
So I just wanted to share this news as well. We've got a new development, which is that a letter was just released that was signed by dozens of organizations calling for Chairman Carr to resign. There's over 40 groups on this letter, lots of national groups. We're there, Public Citizen, Indivisible, Move On, Media Justice, lots of different organizations signed on to this letter. So we'll drop a link for that in the chat so that folks can check that out as well.
By working with the private sector, in addition to Congress, the Commission can further broaden its thinking, learn from real-world experience, and pursue creative solutions beyond regulation alone, whether through infrastructure deployment of wired or wireless facilities, affordability initiatives, or digital literacy efforts. This kind of collaboration complements rather than substitutes federal programs like universal service. Now, I understand that not everyone will be satisfied with today's outcome, but I want to be clear, I remain committed fully to addressing the digital divide, ensuring that all Americans share in the benefits of broadband connectivity. I thank the Wireline Competition Bureau for its hard work on these items. And
I have a question for Derek.
And other commission staff, as well as with Congress.
This is the E-Right item that Commissioner Trustee is talking about right now.
Yeah, it's the Wi-Fi part, the school bus Wi-Fi part, and the second part is these are both declaratory rulings, so they're not even moving to ask questions here. They're
They
just
did
saying,
not even ask the public whether. Okay, so this is about kids on school buses, kids who might not have internet access at home, kids who might be on a school bus for a long time, need to do their homework there. I mean, I have a couple of kids. The after school hours are hectic. They are actually cutting off internet access for a lot of people who otherwise might not have it at home, and yet saying that we are dedicated to closing the digital divide, the divide between the haves and the have-nots. How is that consistent?
statutory authority.
You know, it's absolutely not. And I want to read a quote here from Senator Ed Markey. He led some Senate Democrats on a letter to the FCC. Ed Markey, for some of you who don't know, one of his pride and joys is he's the creator and the father of the entire E-rate program. That's his pride and joy in the 1996 Telecommunications Act. As he was fiercely opposing further media deregulation, he made sure to be very forward thinking at the time and to stand up E-rate. He said, quote, rolling back the E-rate hotspot and school bus decisions would undercut some of the most effective tools for addressing inequities in home connectivity and will reverse progress closing the so-called homework gap. For millions of students, especially those from low-income households, internet access outside of school walls is not a luxury, but a prerequisite for academic success. That is just spot on and true, and it's just really upsetting that so many of these folks in this room, their kids aren't lacking for internet access. They don't struggle the way other parents do. And so when they're talking about going out and visiting the farmers, maybe they should stop by, you know, some low income areas and talk to some of the folks there about their struggles. And really, education is one path that you can use to get ahead and get out of the cycle of poverty. And to just snatch it away, it's just without any alternative, it's just incredibly cruel.
It ensures we're acting within the bounds of the law in serving as good stewards of federal dollars, just as Congress intended.
These aren't federal dollars, by the way. You and I, we pay for this with fees on our cell phone, telephone bills. So
Craig Mile, Kate DuMichelle, Gabby Gross, Andrea Kelly, David Conzel, Richard Mallon, Molly O'Connor, Nick Page, Chris Santini, Johnny Schreiber, Derek Yo, and Chin Yu. We will now proceed to a vote on the item. Commissioner Gomez.
Dissent.
Commissioner Trustee.
Approve.
The chair votes to approve. The item is adopted with editorial privileges as requested. Madam Secretary, will you announce the next, I think maybe last, item on today's lengthy agenda?
So yeah, this is part 2 of the E-rate. This separates out the issue of hotspots at home from the issue of subsidizing Wi-Fi on school buses. This will be the last item. Once they're done here, they'll put back up the 70s Muzak for a little while the chair works the room. Then they'll come back, usually, who knows, we're in unprecedented times. They usually come back for what's called a press gaggle, and the chair will answer questions from reporters. He'll leave. Sometimes the minority commissioner, so Gomez, may go before him or after him. He'll leave, and then the Bureau will come up to answer some questions that are highly technical from the super technical trade reporters that are in the room. But stay tuned, because I'm hoping, given all the stuff that's in the news lately, that Commissioner Carr faces some very tough questions during his part of the gaggle.
Yeah, and you'll see in the picture here, the blonde woman in the white shirt, she also has a different version of these shirts, Federal Censorship Commission shirts that we have in our store. We are joined in the room by our colleagues from Free Press, but also from NABET, CWA, the Communication Workers of America, who have joined us in the room to protest this Federal Censorship Commission that's being molded by Brendan Carr. And just wanted to give them a shout out because they've been really good partners in holding the chairman accountable.
Derek, about how long is the break in between the end of the meeting and the start of the press gaggle typically?
Candace, unlike most experts, I'm going to actually admit when I don't know the answer to a question. So I've never sat and timed it, but it's usually probably not too long, because you guys are hungry for lunch there on the West Coast. So folks may not want to stick around, since they've been probably there getting security since before 9 o'clock in the morning. So I wouldn't think it'd be too long.
All right.
I bet it's 10 minutes tops.
All right. So we'll bring
just
back
kind of figure out who's going to get up and leave the room and who's going to stay. But I think today, people are going to be more interested in the press gaggle than the pomp and circumstance happening before the agency, because of how much Brendan Carr has been in the news.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll bring back some of the other free pressers that we heard from earlier here, and we can have a little bit of a post-game conversation while we wait.
Recommends adoption of the item and requests editorial privileges. Thank you.
If any, starting with Commissioner Gomez.
Broadband is the infrastructure of opportunity. Across the political spectrum, lawmakers have acknowledged the existence of the digital divide, the gap between those who have access to affordable, reliable broadband and those who do not. For more than 25 years, the FCC's E-rate program has helped us narrow the digital divide by making telecommunications and information services more affordable for schools and libraries. It has connected library patrons, empowered teachers, and equipped students with digital skills. Specifically, as noted, Section 254 of the Communications Act tasks the Commission with providing E-rate support to elementary schools, secondary schools, and libraries for educational purposes. Teachers, librarians, and parents alike understand that education is not confined to the four walls of a classroom or a library. The pandemic made this painfully clear. It showed us that learning occurs in all kinds of places, from the parking lot of a McDonald's to the steps outside of a public library. It would be incredibly naive for us to think that in our post-pandemic world, learning has returned to solely in-person and on-paper instruction. The era of homework by quill and candlelight is long gone and will never return. Technology and telecommunications services change year after year, and that's why Congress expressly authorized the Commission to update the E-rate program over time by designating additional services for support. In doing so, Congress gave the FCC permission to expand applications of E-rate funding as the technologies used to educate children evolve. When the E-rate program was implemented, dial-up internet was the standard, and today, September 30th, 2025, AOL is discontinuing dial-up service. It is safe to say the landscape of communications technology has changed dramatically throughout the life of the E-rate program. As underscored during my visit to the High School for Environmental Studies in New York a couple of weeks ago, students are now using Chromebooks in classrooms on a regular basis, and they are expected to submit homework assignments online using platforms like Google Classroom. These changes are made possible with support from E-rate funding. The Commission has long recognized this reality and expanded E-rate funding to cover new services, including those that provided off-site connectivity. For example, as early as 2003, the Commission expanded E-rate support to cover internet access for bookmobiles. It also clarified that E-rate funding could cover a school bus driver's use of wireless services while transporting students, a librarian's use of wireless service on a library's mobile library unit van, and teachers' use of wireless services while accompanying students on a field trip. Expanding E-rate support to cover hotspots and Wi-Fi on school buses was consistent with that precedent. These services matter most for students who would otherwise be left behind, such as students in rural areas who spend more time on school buses than most. For example, in the state of Arkansas, the longest school bus commute is 2 hours and 47 minutes each way, and the average school bus commute is nearly 50 minutes each way. Moreover, as of 2023, 1 in 3 rural students still had inadequate internet access at home. For these students, having access to hotspots at home or Wi-Fi on school buses can mean the difference between completing their homework and falling behind. Importantly, the characterization of these uses of funding as unsupervised screen time fails to acknowledge that the E-rate program has guardrails to ensure students' safety when using both hotspots and Wi-Fi on school buses. Those who receive E-rate funding are subject to the Children's Internet Protection Act, which requires that they employ technology protection measures to block or filter obscene or otherwise harmful content online. These are protection measures that are not even guaranteed for children using a home Wi-Fi connection paid for by their family. So let's zoom out and look at the big picture. Across the political spectrum, policymakers have identified global leadership in artificial intelligence as a national priority. But we cannot expect to lead if we fail to equip today's students and tomorrow's innovators and technologists with the digital skills they need to succeed. Without support for connectivity, that pipeline dries up, and in the long run, we and the communities lose out. We learned the same lesson from the Affordable Connectivity Program. It was the most successful tool our country has ever had to address the digital divide. When funding for the program lapsed Last year, millions of households lost support, and without it, the struggle to afford reliable high-speed broadband continues to loom large. I strongly believe that Congress should establish another affordability program. If the Commission votes to take away funding for hotspots today, the need for a new affordability program will only become more urgent. The Commission's move to roll back federal funding for hotspots and Wi-Fi on school buses ignores our nation's educational landscape today and the need to equip students with digital skills for the future. These decisions benefit no one. Funding for hotspots and Wi-Fi on school buses comes from the existing E-rate budget. It will, however, make it harder for students to learn, harder for libraries to serve their community, and harder for us to close the digital divide. Because I cannot support turning the digital divide into a digital chasm, I do, however, I apologize. I just have to do this. Have to acknowledge the hard work of the Wireline Competition Bureau. Now you can go.
Thank you, Commissioner, for the statement. Commissioner Gomez, you indicated one statement, but anything?
Trustee.
Thank you.
Keep moving.
Chairman Carr.
Already, he can't confuse. He doesn't know which commissioner's name what. Very interesting.
Much. Thank you again to the team for the presentation. I have a separate statement for the record here. It obviously tracks very closely my prior statement on the prior items. I think the logic of the two is very similar. Congress passed a specific legislative enactment that was defined by the statute, defined for a period of time to address a unique moment in time of COVID-19. And when that program expired, so did the FCC's authority. And retreating back to the pre-existing statutory scheme of Section 254, which talks about enhancing access to telecom services in classrooms and libraries, doesn't give the FCC statutory authority to fund through the E-rate program connections to any remote location at which people might want to learn or read.
He's,
at the end of the day,
not surprisingly, being somewhat disingenuous here. The FCC, keep this in mind when he moves to literally cross out the number of 39% that Congress wrote and said he couldn't change. Keep in mind how much he actually cares about what the statute says and whether or not it's ambiguous when he does that, because he's frankly, yes, Congress clearly sent a message with the COVID-19 relief bills that they had. But this issue of Wi-Fi on school buses goes back many, many, many years. And the FCC has thought about and debated this. We had an idea a long time ago that schools and libraries should build out municipal Wi-Fi in their neighborhoods so that low-income kids who live near the schools could have access when they left the schools. I just feel so bad for the kids that got used to doing this homework on a bus. The one thing I wanted to note here, Commissioner Gomez astutely pointed out that the ending of the Affordable Connectivity Program put millions of low-income households in jeopardy of staying online connected. Because so many of us recognize that broadband is utility service, a lot of those families may not actually end up losing connections because they're going to do something unthinkable. Maybe they'll skip on buying diapers when they need them for a couple of days. Maybe they won't buy food that they actually need. People are asked to make incredible sacrifices that none of us would want to have to make ourselves. And to do this in the name of I'm saving money when it's not actually saving taxpayers' money, it's under the E-rates budget. It's just patently cruel. And I keep saying that because as a parent, I feel the need to let folks know that internet access after school is just as important as at school, because these kids increasingly have a ton of homework to do.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I can't stop thinking about those kids that have those super long bus rides too. I mean, my kid has a long bus ride and, you know, we're not even that far from the school.
Yeah, that statistic Commissioner Gomez pointed out was incredibly just jaw-dropping. The length of the commute for some students in Arkansas was nearly 3 hours each way, and the average commute was 50 minutes each way. Now, think back to when you were in school. Maybe you had some after-school organized activities. Maybe you wanted to go ride your bike with your friends in the neighborhood. Kids with that long of commute who then have to get home and do homework, when do they get a chance to live and to be kids? I mean, that's more grueling a schedule than most of us adults have in our professional lives. Instead of offering an alternative to snatching this away, he just snatched it away with no alternative. He didn't even take the mild step of asking Congress to authorize him to continue to do this. If he's so worried about the authority, he, as a colleague of mine mentioned while we were talking, he didn't even mention the kids that will be impacted this in his statement. So it tells you all you need to know about this man.
And we all have school-age kids, the three of us here. And I've noticed just in the past 7 years that my kids have been in the public school system, the amount of the homework that has moved entirely online has increased, so that now my 5th grader, he rarely has a homework assignment that isn't online, where he doesn't have to go into Google Classroom, put something on a slide, submit his homework electronically. And, I used to be a public school teacher. I have a lot of friends still in the public school system, many of whom are in low-income districts here in LA County. And they talk about the struggle of assigning homework, where they just feel like the entire ecosystem has moved in a way that they can't even assign the students who do have internet access homework online in a way that prepares them to participate in our digital economy, because there's so many of their students still that either don't have a computer at home, are working on a parent's cell phone for internet access. I mean, we saw this with COVID when we went home and the kids came home for school. But now at post-COVID, we're seeing literally every day the homework is online. And so that there is no discussion other than in Commissioner Gomez's remarks of just how remarkably cruel and unnecessary this is. And also, I mean, how this is going to impact people in red states, the disproportionate impacts, frankly, on rural kids, just goes to show you that they aren't really representing even the folks who elected them.
Yeah, there's a question here in the chat, about why they're rolling this back, and a question of whether there's any sort of connection to the Starlink grift, which, Derek, you've documented that particular issue pretty well. But is there any connection here?
I'm not going to do the game where I try to pretend what's in their head. Although in DC, it's usually pretty easy to draw some lines and then you decide. This has been, for whatever reason, a pet project of Senator Ted Cruz, who's the chair of the Senate Commerce Committee, which is the committee of jurisdiction for the FCC. I'm not sure exactly what's motivating him. It could be as simple as, wow, these kids are getting free internet access. How dare they? That's money taken out of the pockets of the wireless carriers that they could be earning. It could be that. It could just be performative cruelty. I think it goes without saying that, when the other party's in power, they tend to care about people equally. This chairman, this administration has, for some reason, made just being cruel and hurting people the point of pride, and it's just strange. So it doesn't make any sense to me. I can't honestly answer why you're doing this. I'd love to give it some truth serum and ask him, but it probably boils down to it's a priority of Senator Ted Cruz's.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you for that, Derek. And there's a question here in the chat about what we can do about all of this. And I think something that we've been really focused on here at Free Press, and there's been a really big call for this sort of across the organizing spaces, is to bring Chairman Carr before the Senate, bring him forward so that he has to actually answer to Congress about these issues and the things that he is doing. And we do have a petition to that effect that we can put in the chat as well. Those go directly to your member of Congress, right into their inboxes. And so you can sign that, and we would love to see that happen, because he shouldn't be able to get away with the things that he has done.
Yeah, he should have to be. This is very customary for FCC chairs to be called in front of Congress, the Senate or the House, the Commerce Committee or the Oversight Committee, to have questions about whether they are living up to their commitment to uphold the Constitution, the statute, and to serve the public interest. It is time for the chairman to be called up before those bodies, we've heard some rumblings that this may happen. It is time to call your members of Congress, sign our petition. Those phone calls really do make a difference. I can't stress enough. Inside of every congressional office, Republican and Democrat, there are people who still answer phones. And when phone lines light up and they have to take those calls, they record how many people called about what issue that day. And the senator or the member of Congress receives that tab at the end of each day or the beginning of the next day. And so, sure, they could ignore it, but when the calls start getting up there, they know that their voters are watching, and that still matters. I mean, many times I've had many dark days this year in watching what this administration is doing, but one highlight for me was watching what happened when Trump was trying to disobey court orders. And Chief Justice of the Supreme Court, John Roberts, said, no, don't do that. And he admonished him. And then I don't know that Trump cared. He kept going. But then there was a public opinion poll showing that 80 some odd % of Americans did not want the president to disobey court orders. And he backed off on that a bit. And so I'm not saying that he is a good president. I am not saying that he is. I think this administration is full of corruption and cruelty. I think they are using an authoritarian playbook. I think we're in extremely dangerous times, but I also think that standing up and protesting and talking to people and calling your members of Congress still matters. So please stay engaged.
So this part of the meeting, sometimes it's a juxtaposition. There's like National Guard troops in Washington, D.C. People are being snatched and disappeared. But the business of DC goes on. And so this is the part of the meeting where they recognize the attorney fellows, the attorney interns who are there, folks that are retiring, new hires, and it's all very chummy. This is kind of usually the part of the meeting, especially if I'm very concerned about what came before, it's just kind of odd to watch. And so I'm glad we're talking over this and not listening to the chummy part of the meeting. Again, hopefully the gaggle will commence shortly after this part. We'll have a little break here probably real quick. And then I'm hearing that there are a decent number of reporters in the room, but it's unclear. No one knows until it starts whether or not there's any reporters in the room who are going to ask him a question he doesn't want to answer. So
I think when we get to the Q&A, most likely we'll let them. I think this might be the most fiery part of the meeting today. I mean, this is all very staid, right? There's a protocol here. There's a decorum that needs to be kept during the meeting proper. But as we move into the press gaggle, we'll see how Brendan Carr responds to hopefully hard questions that he gets about his behavior. I see his neck's already a little red. You know, the last time I had a meeting with Brendan Carr in person, he was fuming and his whole face was red. So we'll see if he gets there today in the press gaggle. We have some colleagues inside the building. We have, I think, more colleagues that are going to join us while we transition from the proper meeting to the press gaggle. So we'll have a few more reflections from our team here for y'all. We will get to more questions. We got the chat is really live here. The cruelty is the point, says Karen Wood. Shameful, says Bradley Scott. Yes, not even representing the people who elected them, says Bradley Scott. So we've got a lot of good comments, a lot of good participation here, and we'll just keep it going.
And I want to bring in some of our colleagues that we heard from Julio. I'm going to bring back Julio and Vanessa Maria here into the conversation because they've been watching as well. And I'm wondering, you know, Julio, this was your first meeting. You said, do you have any reflections?
First of all, Derek Turner and Jessica Gonzalez, thank you for the history lessons and sort of the experience. I watched this as a journalist and just for the first time, and seeing the knowledge that my colleagues have about these proceedings is just, I'm very grateful. And yeah, I, as a dad of two kids who are now in, they're, young adults, I wouldn't have known about that school bus thing if I wasn't watching that right now in the context. So there's a lot of connections that impact our daily lives with the FCC that I would venture to guess that the vast, vast majority of Americans don't know. So I learned something. And also just props to the community that has been with us. We are now at 2 hours and 48 minutes into this live stream, and we're still seeing some of the same voices and commenters who were asking us questions at the 9:30 hour Eastern time. So just a lot. And I'm curious to see what the press gaggle is. But yeah, Vanessa, Maria, and others who want to, what are your thoughts? I mean, I've learned a lot.
Yeah, extremely disappointing. I am seeing once again the commission put profits over people, right? And it's also concerning that we don't have a full commission. We need 5 commissioners. And though I appreciate all the things that Ana Gomez said, she's a true champion and advocate for many of our causes. She can't be the only one up there saying those things, right? We really need at least another commissioner to back her and to help support the public, really. Where is the public interest in all of this? And again, we've been advocating for media reform for more than 20 years now. And it feels like we're regressing and taking steps back. And I feel that we're having a lot of the same conversations that we had in 2003 when we saw the results of the consolidation that happened after the 1996 Telecommunications Act was passed and the Radio Preservation Act was passed after that as well. And so you would think after 20 years of activism, we'd not be having the same conversations about making sure that people have access to internet, that we have diversity of viewpoints, that broadcasters are serving their local communities. It feels a bit surreal that these talking points are so familiar. I really do feel it's triggering in some ways to post 9/11, right? Where for younger folks who might be on that stream, it was very similar in some ways in the ways that people censored our speech, right? I attended many large scale mass mobilizations back then, saw many people getting arrested, people getting fired for not supporting the troops. I worked at a Clear Channel, which is now iHeartMedia station, when they put out a banned song list, right? And we're right back there once again. And so I really do hope that journalists do show up and put pressure on him and ask him the difficult questions that we all would like to know. Why are you putting forth these policies that clearly don't benefit the public and especially working class people? And why do you continue to prioritize corporations and bad actors who continue to do harm against our communities and specifically against people experiencing poverty and Black and brown people who have experienced the brunt of racism in legacy media? And if I was over there being in my journalist role, that is the question that I would ask, because I think it's not just about his comments about Jimmy Kimmel, but all of these policies taken together. Broadband access to Wi-Fi is how we get alternative news. And as someone who operates a local newsroom that's mostly online and on the airwaves as well, we know that now when we do media and news, we have to operate on as many platforms as we can. So as loudly as we are advocating for our local broadcast stations, we need to also advocate for access to Wi-Fi and internet, and especially for our children.
That's a great point. And that, free press, we do everything from old school broadcast media policy, also to forward thinking work on the impact of AI on local communities because of the energy demand, and of course, broadband access for low income Americans, and equity in access to close the digital divide between white America and brown and black America has been one of the top things that we've worked on. One of the points I wanted to raise that Vanessa Maria lift up is Vanessa Maria said is very important. When you have a full slate of commissioners, you will have 3 majority commissioners, 2 minority commissioners. You notice during the proceeding that sometimes Commissioner Gomez would say something about, thank you for accepting my suggestions or edits. That's why it's so important to have 2 minority commissioners, because one can play the game a little bit and try to improve an item and ask some questions that are literally planting a seed for an attorney to pick up on, argue in the proceeding, and you know, stifle things up for the FCC at a later date or lift good things up. But the other commissioner can be a firebrand and can really speak truth to power and tell it like it is without having to play so much of that game. And that's usually typically how we've seen the commissioners who aren't in the majority sort of divvy up their task. But when you only have one, she has to play the game a little bit. And so it may not be as effective, certainly, both in setting the agenda inside these items, but really communicating back out to the public the real import of some of the things the FCC is doing here.
And also what she's doing right now, meeting with the public, going on this tour, can be done by 2 people, right? There's an entire country to cover. There's a lot of communities that are not going to be able to meet with Ana Gomez. And so having another person there for the public to interact with is also really important.
Yeah, Vanessa, I think your point here is really well taken. It's also about staffing and capacity to keep up with the volume of bad stuff that this chair is doing. So you might, we have more staff at Free Press than Ana Gomez has on her, like way more staff. She has about 5 people in her office that are keeping up on all of this business, whereas the chair has not only a larger personal staff, but he is also in command of there's still 14 bureaus and other departments inside that agency. So when the chair takes over, he's appointing bureau chiefs that answer to him. He is appointing other departmental chiefs that answer to him. And he has the all the lawyers and engineers and career staff that we were talking about earlier today that can do all the research. Whereas Ana Gomez has 3 lawyers and a comms person and an assistant who helps with scheduling. So having twice the amount of staff to keep track of the volume of treachery coming out of the chair's office would be a huge advantage in an era where they're still at a tremendous disadvantage.
I want to respond to this comment here where it says that, sorry to say, but we are witnessing a fascist takeover in real time, full stop. It's hard to watch. And while I will do everything in my limited power as a U.S. citizen to attempt to stop it, since there currently appears to be no real actionable items to combat what I'm witnessing, watching it unfold just seems personally counterproductive. And so they're signing off. And I just want to say that, yes, not just what's happening at the FCC, but with someone in the comments aptly called the Trump regime, right? Like not the Trump administration. And of course, our colleagues have published many things about, the rise of authoritarianism and, how all of these policies meet the criteria for what is authoritarian government. However, I don't agree that we have limited power. I want to, repeat what Nora said, because I agree. Our voices are our power. Our wallets are our power. I do believe that calling ABC stations was very effective, but I also think that people unsubscribing from Hulu and Disney was very effective also, right? More than 100,000 people, boycotted those companies. That financial impact is still really, really important. We have seen many, many times in our careers that legislators who are hard no change their minds after listening to constituents, after hearing the impact of stories, after seeing groups of people get together and apply pressure. They've changed a no to a yes and a yes to a no. That pressure works. The people protesting, the people doing direct action, the people calling, those tactics are also effective. And we've seen that work not just here in the United States, but all over the world. We've personally won many victories here at Free Press because of the people power and organizing and viewers just like you taking action. And so I just want to say to the people watching out there, you do have the power and you are not alone. This is a movement of people that's not just us here on the screen, but many, many organizations. We have many legislators on our side at every level, the city, the state, federal level. We have judges and prosecutors on our side. And so I know that they like to make you think that we are powerless because fear and disinformation are tools to make you feel like you can't do anything. But history shows otherwise. And so I just want you to not lose faith and to stick with us and to continue using your voice at the very least, talk to other people about these issues and continue to engage with us. There are tangible ways that you can take action and you can make a change on these issues. And again, just go to our Free Press timeline of all the things we've been able to accomplish to show you that we have been able to do it. And so I get discouraged at times with these meetings, but I also use it as fuel to my fire to continue organizing and to get other people involved. So share this stream. And especially if you are a journalist or someone that makes media, you should be watching these meetings. And I'm not shaming anyone who's joining for the first time, but you should care about these issues because they really do impact you. It impacts your newsroom, it impacts your media site. And not just that, if you're a teacher, right, you should be watching, right? These things impact school districts and your students. So share this out and continue to fight. Don't give up because we do have the opportunity to make change.
Okay, here we go. This is the press conference part.
Contraband cell phones is an issue that I and others have been focused on for quite a while. I think it's a really important public safety matter that has flown under the radar for a lot of people. So I'm glad that we're seeking comment there. Separately, obviously, we are proceeding apace with our plans in the event that there is a government shutdown. We have our furlough notices that are ready to go. We have public-facing documents and guidance that will come out down the road here. But hopefully, at the end of the day, it's not needed, but we're ready to go at the agency, and we'll have further public-facing guidance for stakeholders and internal guidance for staff, and that happens.
Brilliant tactic. He's saying something that wasn't said before to get reporters to ask about that, which is also a news timely thing to ask about instead of the other things.
Hi, Chairman Carr. Chris Cole with Law 360. I just wanted to ask, you had kind of indicated during the delete item that you had maybe another tranche of regulations you wanted to look at next that was perhaps more substantive. Could you give us a better idea of what you're saying there?
Yeah, basically, it really is just a high-level point where this first phase, we've had all of the Bureau and offices go through their portions of the CFR and basically bucket things into what's, the lowest of the low-hanging fruit in terms of rules and regulations that have been overtaken by events or invalidated by courts, but nonetheless stayed on the books. We're sort of getting to the end of that project. And we're going to be looking, bigger picture, more deregulatory items. I don't know per se.
This is a blanket, delete is a blanket proceeding where they're trying to get rid of a bunch of regulations. And Law 360 is a trade publication.
But, we're in the midst of transitioning to it, but no sort of substantive announcement on that front for you.
Hi, Chairman. Kelsey Griffiths with Bloomberg News. You've spoken many times about how you want to empower local stations to make decisions about what they air that would best serve their communities. But in the Jimmy Kimmel matter, it was not the individual local stations that pulled his show from the air, but it was two large station group owners that amount to about 23% of ABC's national audience. I wanted to ask, how do you square that desire to encourage local stations to serve their communities with your advancement today of an inquiry that would potentially let large station owners and networks both amass more power?
Well, on part of that first question, those station group owners are the owners of the local stations. They have managers in each of the communities. And I mean, look, going back even last year, I wrote a letter to Disney, to Bob Iger. I talked very specifically about sort of the North Star approach that I'm going to be taking when it comes to media regulation. I said then that you can really divide the media ecosystem into two main buckets. You have the national programmers, Disney, ABC, Paramount, Comcast, Fox. They aren't licensed by the FCC in that capacity. They have no public interest obligation. On the other hand, you have the local TV stations, either individually owned or owned alongside other stations and other markets. They are licensed. And what I said there back then is I want to find ways to empower those
the
local
red is
TV
coming up in his
stations to
cheeks.
feel like they can push back on the national programmers when they decide that the programming doesn't meet their assessment of the public.
This is a real interesting trick. Sinclair and Nexstar are so big. You had folks lining up outside the Sinclair station demanding they put Kimmel back on the air. It's hard to say that Sinclair, operating from Maryland, many states away, were tuned in to the needs of the local community in Seattle as the same way they were to Dallas or wherever some of these stations are that they own.
If your goal is to empower local TV
Well, this is
stations
why,
to comply with
the
their
main studio role is so important, right? And when they eliminated that, that meant that these corporations could be located elsewhere while operating
We
local
saw these large station owners
Yeah.
making that decision for
There you
multiple
go,
local
Kelsey.
stations,
Those are the
right?
local.
But do you have concern about these station owner groups getting larger and kind of exerting that power over more local stations?
But they are the local stations. There's not three entities here. There's not national programs.
And under his proposal, literally one single owner can own every single station in the entire country. The only thing that's stopping that would be maybe antitrust enforcement.
I think
So
empower
he's being very disingenuous.
licensed local TV station. There's lots of ways you could do it. Ownership reform may be one way that you could empower the station groups to continue to look out for their national interests. Again, I was pretty clear about this last year, so I don't think anybody should really be surprised. I think the balance of power
Nope,
between
we're not
You're no
surprised.
surprise he
We're
wrote
an
the
opportunistic grifter.
Project 2025. We've all been paying
as
attention.
compared to the balance of power with local TV station has gone completely out of whack over the last dozen or so years. I've been in this job since 2017, and there's numerous times that local TV stations or their ownership groups come to me and say, listen, I would love to preempt this program, but I don't think I have the power to do that because the national programmers have so much leverage over us. And so to the extent that local TV stations, maybe for the first time, feel empowered to stand up for their assessment of the needs of their local communities, I think that's a good thing. And that's something that I want to continue to see because the consolidation of power.
Let's be clear on the timing here. Kimmel's monologue was on a Monday. His podcast remarks were released on a Wednesday afternoon. Immediately, Nexstar jumped in and did what he asked. Easy way or the hard way was his threat. So the notion here that he's trying to empower localism and local communities is just patently false.
Hi, Commissioner Jim Rutenberg from the New York Times. Thanks for doing this today.
Yeah.
So in the last couple of weeks, we've seen from you a lot of discussion about individual programs. I think last week you had mentioned, or maybe 2 weeks ago, within the last 2 weeks, The View as something maybe the FCC should look at in terms of whether it's bona fide news. Is there going to be much more activity sort of out of the FCC itself, not from the station level or the local level, looking show by show whether these national programs are meeting or syndicated programs are meeting the national the public interest standards or equal time considerations? How deep do you expect to go from the perch of the FCC?
One of the things I've been pretty clear about is I think for, again, several years or decades, the FCC has walked away from enforcing the public interest standard when it comes to local broadcasters. Again, national programmers, other than the station groups that they own, aren't licensed by the FCC. And I don't think the FCC walking away from enforcing the public interest standard has been a good thing. Again, remember, local broadcasters, and this is why having sort of a national debate about this is a little bit complicated. I think there's been a bit of a crash course for people trying to
It's
educate.
always complicated when you're doing treacherous stuff. Next time we're going to bring on a body language expert to see how he's completely changed when he gets asked hard questions, or even these aren't even really that hard.
distribution means. Cable shows are different, right? Cable shows are not licensed by the FCC. You can like it or not like it, but on licensed TV, which again has been given originally spectrum for free, a unique license to operate on specific megahertz, which denies other people the ability to do that. Special statutory protections as well. There come with it public interest obligations. That means there's a news distortion policy at the FCC. There's a broadcast hoax rule. There's the public interest standard itself. There's indecency rules, obscenity rules, there's kid
So the
videos.
news distortion doctrine is an offshoot of the fairness doctrine. It's only ever been enforced once, and it was literally when Dateline NBC faked a crash test of a GM truck to show it explode. The standard is so high that they literally have to be willfully misleading the public. Certainly, that's not what the case it was in Kimmel, nor The View, or anything else he doesn't like.
In fact, all of the content regulations at the FCC are extremely narrow because we're balancing First Amendment and the need for the public airwaves to be used responsibly. It's such a joke that Carr cares about the public interest. He cares about the Trump interest, and we're seeing that play out through the policies that he's making here. You know, he mentioned the broadcast hoax rule. Free Press filed in 2020 when the COVID pandemic was at its peak, when we had no vaccines, when people were dying and in the hospitals were impacted, and the president was on the air saying that people should ingest bleach. We submitted a petition requesting that a very narrow request that broadcasters put a disclaimer that it is unwise to drink bleach, while the president was saying from the White House that that's what we should do.
Carr just got bizarrely defensive there.
Brendan Carr trolled me on Twitter for a week after we filed that. So the fact that he is invoking that right now as a way to censor content that is skeptical of the president is beyond ironic.
Yeah, and I want to remind folks that the Jimmy Kimmel show is not a news show. So it's not the same as holding a news program accountable, right? He was telling a joke. So he's kind of comparing apples and oranges here. And as Derek said, the evidentiary standard is so high, you have to have inside knowledge. It literally has to come from an employee. It has been impossible for a member of the public to bring forth a complaint against a local station affiliate. This usually happens during a renewal process. Nobody's license has ever been revoked for violating those quote unquote rules. And so it's disingenuous because he knows that the FCC doesn't ever enforce that, except now, right? When they're choosing to do that. And as Derek said, it has to follow a couple of standards, right? It has to be knowingly false, has to have done so with malice, or bad intentions, and it has to be done in a pattern of behavior. That's really hard to prove as a member of the public. Certainly employees at stations can bring forth these complaints. But if you do that, quite frankly, you probably won't work again in the industry, right? Which is why a lot of people just take jobs elsewhere. And let's not forget, this wasn't an FCC thing, but the lawsuit against Fox News, which they had to settle, right, for lying about the Dominion voting machines. And that's another way that people can hold cable news outlets accountable. There are libel laws in place for them to not lie about companies in the manner in which they did.
Your comments about public interest standard, sort of the easy way or hard way. Do you think that was kind of characterized? You obviously became kind of a national figure, one of the most talked about people in the country. Do you think that you would have made your point in a different way in terms of what you meant about the actions that the networks and affiliates can take?
Well, look, I think when you look back and you look at the full words that I said, the full context of the interview, I think it's very clear what I was talking about. And more specifically, it was very clear what I was not talking about. There was no threat made or suggested that if Jimmy Kimmel didn't get fired, that someone was going to lose their license. I've seen that there's a lot of Democrats that are writing letters saying that that is what happened, and it simply didn't. But look, I think for a lot of Democrats, this has really been about distortion and projection. It's been distortion because, again, if you look at my exact words, that's not what I said. You don't have to take my word for it. That the companies that were involved in this said, between Nexstar and Sinclair and Disney itself, I think they've each gone through 3 or 4 waves of comments, and every single time they have spoken about the fact that they made this decision as a business decision based on their assessments, either of
Which is a really bizarre thing for them to say at all. Like, I posted in the chat the actual transcript of the full podcast interview, at least this section of it. There's no context missing. Easy way or hard way. Go read the full thing. There's absolutely no context missing. I get really frustrated when he talks about the FCC walked away from the public interest in broadcasting. Bullshit. Everyone here who has worked on these policies at the commission understand quite clearly who walked away from the public interest standard. And for him to even insinuate what he's doing right now is somehow something lofty and in the public interest is just complete garbage. He was caught acting like a tough guy, and he tried to walk it back. The vice president said he was just joking. Bullshit. We all heard what it was. It was unlawful censorship. Now, if anything happens because of that, well, most of our laws aren't actually built to stand up against authoritarians like him. It relies on a system of interconnecting norms and behaviors. He's line-stepped. It's a good thing, though, that he feels the heat like he line-stepped. So let's keep applying pressure.
During the Biden years, this FCC failed to renew dozens and dozens of routine license renewals for Sinclair in the wake of that. In 2023, this FCC determined to be in the public interest to move forward with seeking public input on the possible revocation or loss of a Fox Philadelphia broadcast TV station for content aired on Fox.
They put it out for public comment, and then very quickly the FCC chair said, no, we have no case here to revoke this license. We don't look at what content is. So again, very disingenuous.
But it's the same Democrats that are claiming it here that have engaged in it. Again, we just saw last week, Google came out and said that it banned people or content that complied fully with their policies after repeated and sustained pressure from the Biden administration. Back in 2021, Democrats in Congress wrote letters to cable companies, essentially pressuring them to drop Fox News and OAN and Newsmax because of their newsroom's decisions.
Which is their right as Congress people to speak freely. It's very different than a threat of government action unless you don't comply with what the government asks you to do.
And frankly, projection for their own past conduct.
Just a quick follow-up. I mean, were you disappointed that Nexstar and Sinclair started airing the show again?
I wouldn't say I was disappointed. I mean, look, these are decisions ultimately that were for them to make. Both the ultimate decision to preempt and the decision to put them back on. Fundamentally, the question, again, of the balance of power between Disney and local TV stations is still one that weighs predominantly in Disney's hands. So the ability of a local TV station that wants to preempt, they can only do that so long before the economic
be careful
pressure
here.
and the pressure
Can't piss off Daddy Donald.
So for my part, I'm very pleased that, again, for the first time in maybe 20 or 30 years, you had TV stations that says, we don't think this fits right now at this moment in time. The communities we serve, again, you're talking, places like.
Again, untrue. Stations will preempt randomly all the time for reasons that are having nothing to do with politics. And again, he bends the facts to shape his narrative or to fit his narrative.
Local stations can push back. Again, I think we got to shift the power. It's New York and Hollywood are not licensed by the FCC. They don't have a public interest obligation, but the local broadcast stations do.
Thank you.
Hi, Chairman. Diego Munoz from Punchbowl News. You've spoken extensively about the Democratic criticism of your remarks regarding Jimmy Kimmel. But there were also a lot of Republican criticism from senators like Ted Cruz, Rand Paul, and even former Majority Leader Mitch McConnell. Could you address the GOP criticism of your remarks? And have you spoken with Senator Cruz since he made his remarks?
Look, I think I've addressed now in multiple different contexts. I was speaking at a conference in New York. I think there's been a full and robust sort of national airing of these views. And again, my position has been that there's a lot of Democrats out there and the media that took one sentence of an interview that I said and took it out of context. And I've been pretty clear that when it comes to those particular Democrats, this has been sort of an episode, in my view, of projection and of distortion. I think what's clear is when I was speaking there, we were talking again fundamentally about news distortion complaints. When it comes to news distortion complaints, there's an easy way that those can be dealt with. Either the TV stations and the national programmers can work it out, or the potential complainant can work it out privately. I think we see that.
He did not mention public complaints about news distortion at all in his
News
podcast
distortion
comments.
complaints at the FCC, and
Also, the question was about Republican criticism. I turned it back to the Democrats.
But again, I think there was a lot.
And again, the Jimmy Kimmel show is not a news show. It was not a news segment. It was a comedy show presenting opinions.
So do you think Senator Cruz and these other Republicans also took your remarks out of context?
Look, I have no comment on that. I mean, you obviously
good question.
Ask them about their views. What I've been clear about is that
Which he has no comment.
Yeah, I'm glad there's one Latino up there because there's really no diversity on that panel of journalists, which is why we've seen so many weak questions. So shout out to Mr. Munoz for digging in and
that's followed up.
Right. That's why we need Black and brown journalists up there asking the tough questions.
Visits and work together, and we're going to continue to have a great working relationship going forward on the FCC's matters.
Thank you, Chairman. Ted Johnson from Deadline. Back in 2019, you wrote on Twitter, should the government censor speech it doesn't like? Of course not. The FCC does not have a roving mandate.
These aren't the usual journalists that show up for the press gaggle, which is a good sign. It means it's crossed over into the mainstream press. They'll be covering this.
The broadcasters, as you singled out Jimmy Kimmel, The View, other late night hosts, CBS News, isn't that policing speech?
No, not at all.
Why not?
Look, one, and I'll get to the quote that you're talking about. A lot of these quotes that have resurfaced, again, sort of fundamentally misunderstand the difference between licensed broadcast and other forms of distribution. When it comes to social media platforms, when it comes to the internet, my position is very clear. They're not licensed. They have no public interest obligation. And I want to see there a robust, wide open, uninhibited debate. The
Pull that quote. We're going to need it later.
Quote had to do with a proposal to ban, I think, vaping products on TV, untethered to anything. It wasn't tethered to, an existing FCC rule like news distortion. It wasn't tethered to anything like broadcast hosts. It wasn't tethered to some sort of determination, either by Congress or potentially by FDA, that there's certain, health or other issues related to this thing. So it was an untethered to FCC precedent. Here, what we're doing is very straightforward. We're just reminding.
If your explanation about your conviction on free speech takes this long and is this meandering, I don't think you got a really strong conviction about protecting free speech.
And there's your need to be responsive to the needs of your local community. So again, I think it's apples and oranges at the end of the day.
Thank you.
Chairman Matt Daneman, Communications Daily. Thank you for making the time.
Yeah, it's enjoyable. Mostly.
You've indicated in the past, recently, that the agency might look at The View and other programs in determining whether they are bona fide news programs. How would the agency go about determining what's a bona fide news program? And is that determination something that's in the public interest?
We might look at that. I mean, look, Congress was very clear that, again, because of the unique nature of broadcast television and the license, Congress put in place certain sort of political regulations around elections. So for instance, when you're within a set period of time, I don't know, 60 or 90 days of an election, the FCC still has an equal opportunity, or what's commonly referred to as an equal time rule. This, in fact, was what was at issue when Vice President candidate Harris went on SNL right before the last election. So if you're within that period of time, and you put one candidate on, there's an equal time and equal opportunity obligation with respect to opposing candidates. There's an exception to that rule called the bona fide news exception, that if your operation is in fact a bona fide news program, it is exempt from those sort of protection rules that would otherwise apply. Over the years, the FCC has provided various guidance as to that. For instance, I think there's some view, for instance, that the FCC has broadly said that the sort of the opening couch cushion interview of late night programs, that portion of a late night show, I think historically it says might be a bona fide news program, but the rest of it, if there's skits or a candidate is involved in a skit, that's not going to be subject to bona fide news, therefore equal time would apply. And what I've said, like I've said across the board, is I think we should be refreshing and reinvigorating our approach across the board. So there may come a time where it's appropriate for the FCC to take a look at the bona fide news exemption, perhaps sunset any guidance that's been out there. For any program, right, left, center, doesn't matter to me, come back to the FCC in light of how your program operates today, and make the case that you should qualify for the bona fide news exception. Because again, it's an exception to sort of a fundamental sort of political fairness regulation. So my position has been, just because the FCC has put out guidance before in different circumstances, that's not necessarily going to guide today. And so maybe we should go forward with some sort of guidance that generally sunsets previous guidance on bona fide news and opens windows if people want it to come in and apply for it newly based on current facts and circumstances.
Oh, sorry. Chairman Pye, Carr, Dave Jefferson, I'm got Chairman Pye on the mind.
He's going to be very mad that you said that.
Sorry, Chairman Carr. You
Maybe
referenced
libel action against you.
You referenced Chairman Pye, and back in 2017, President Trump asked him to pull the license at NBC over a news broadcast, and he said he would not do it, and that he would stand for the First Amendment as chairman. We're in a similar situation now where President Trump has asked you to look at licenses saying that 97% of the content of news broadcasts are negative. Do you believe that the FCC has authority to pull the licenses of broadcasters based on the content of news programs specifically? And could you talk about, do you think more needs to be done to address precisely what the public interest standard is, as some on both sides of the aisle suggested?
Well, look, you're going to have to ask, Chairman Pye about Chairman Pye's statements. I've been pretty clear about my view. With respect to your point about public interest, maybe, look, I think the public interest standard over the years has taken on, a fairly defined meaning, again, in particular context, you have news distortion, broadcast hoax. But maybe there comes a point in time where the agency should open up a broader proceeding on the public interest standard and get comment from people and potentially provide additional guidance. I'm not sure it's necessary, but maybe that's something that we do down the road.
It's necessary.
The public interest standard is seeking comment on whether there's more clarity, more guidance we can provide. Again, we're going to hold broad.
I don't think we're going to like Chairman Carr's public interest standard, which is not in the public interest to report factually on the Trump administration.
You have to apply the law passed by Congress. If someone is engaged in a pattern of news distortion, if someone is, engaged in, promotion of DEI in a way that crosses a line.
Just a reminder, this is a question about the president's statement about how 97% of content on these stations is anti-Trump. He's not answering any questions directly.
The public interest standard.
And can I ask you, Chairman Cruz said
they love to talk about DEI, but they'll never say the words diversity, equity, and inclusion. They'll never admit they're against these very laudable goals: diversity, equity, and inclusion. It's an attempt to legitimize discrimination.
How do you ensure that
I'm so sick of it.
If you do something today, it doesn't end up hurting, conservative broadcast voices in the future?
I'm very sensitive to that exact same type of concern. We don't want to see weaponization of government by any administration against any perspective. And that's certainly not what we're doing here. What we're doing here is we're engaged in enforcing, the unique set of regulations, the public interest standard that applies to broadcasters. And I'd simply add, to your point, what we're doing right now stands on the precedent set by the prior FCC. It would be difficult to take some of the action we do today because the agency operates by case law, operates by precedent, but for the agency moving forward with certain items during the last administration. Again, it was the Biden administration that sought comment on effectively not renewing or revoking a local Fox broadcast TV station. It was Democrats in Congress that sought to pressure the FCC to not approve a sale of a Spanish language radio station in Miami based on those Democratic officials saying it would decrease their odds of winning the 2022 midterm election. There was a Democrat prosecutor in Baltimore that filed a formal complaint with the agency asking us to punish a local broadcast TV station.
People file complaints about things all the time. The FCC routinely waves them off.
We're ending an era of weaponization and focused on.
But to be clear, when there was a complaint filed against CBS for editing an interview with Kamala Harris, that complaint was dismissed by the prior FCC as being baseless and meritless. He brought it back from the dead. So he's trying to have his cake and eat it too here on what the prior administration did in regards to free speech.
Hi, Chairman. Allison Mollenkamp, CQ roll call. Looking at the E-rate items today, there were complaints both from Commissioner Gomez and from congressional Democrats.
E-rate, I gotta free my mind from the Kimmel questioning and come to you on reorienting.
Yeah, back to the agenda. Those items were added late. Was there a reason for the?
To be clear, he will never be free from the Kimmel
had
question.
enough time to get public input on those items?
No, not as
Certainly.
long as he
These are
continues to
items
make
that were
veiled threats.
circulated internally more than 3 weeks ago. These were items for which we provided, I think, a press release.
So this reporter is calling him somewhat of a process foul here, that these items to snatch away school bus Wi-Fi and home hotspots
Right
from
now, we're 3
kids.
commissioners.
Those items just sort of
agency,
popped up
and
on this
because of that, we
agenda.
have no,
It's somewhat of a late
must-vote
date.
rules.
Right, and
so
without
the only way that
consulting
we
the
can sort of
public.
make sure that we get
Right,
things
that's exactly
moving
what
in
he
a
was
timely
asked about.
way. Now, oftentimes we work very well together to do that, but in the main, the only backstop we have.
You know, I see Milo in the chat here.
One that was
We'll before the next FCC press gaggle, we'll ask some folks to ask that. I think that's a good question.
It's not a complex item in terms of the puts and takes. Everyone, I think, sort of understands the statutory issue at play, the policy issues at play.
I have to jump to another event, but I just want to tell people,
year,
check out the latest South Park episode. They make fun of Brendan Carr pretty fiercely. Again, it's satire. While they're still allowed to air that. And secondly, the question I have is, will he hold Fox stations to the same standards that he is holding all of these other stations to? But again, make sure you follow us on social media, like and subscribe our YouTube page, and sign up for Pressing Issues, which is our new newsletter that goes in depth about all of these topics. See you guys later.
Everybody, I'm going to hand it off to my colleague Will Wyquist for the Bureau press conference, where we'll cover questions on today's items. Thank you so much.
So it looks like we've wrapped up, right? Or is
He's
that
done.
correct?
They're going to now let the Bureau answer questions. These are, as Jessica noted earlier, these are apolitical folks. So I don't think you're going to get much fireworks here. These are going to be super technical questions.
So should we just wrap up with a little post game after this gaggle?
We could do that. There's a small chance that Commissioner Gomez comes out and has her own press gaggle. They don't necessarily. It's not routine that happens, but if we're here and she comes on, sure, we can.
Well, why don't we do this? Why don't we see if Commissioner Gomez will wait a couple minutes? We have Candace co-hosting and teching and
yeah. For now, we're going to get
producing.
zero questions, so this will go on for a little bit.
Yeah, I can circle around and just go around the panel here. Hi, Candace. Welcome back. We are at 3.5 hours of this live stream. Candace and I have been looking at cameras since.
Yeah, tell us in the chat what's next. I had to get my power bar game on because I hadn't had breakfast yet. So
what's next is
how you're snacking.
Yeah, what is so? Just Tim, Tim, you've watched the press gaggle. You're a press person. There were some things, I don't want to put any words into your mouth as a journalist or someone, but did he answer the questions, Tim? Not a leading question.
Well, it's very clear that he rehearsed in front of his mirror, like he rehearsed when he made his easy way, hard way comments. That was clearly rehearsed in front of the mirror, and so he was trying to be a master of deflection. He certainly used the word projection a lot to try to pin this on the Democrats, which was interesting given what we know, and we know a lot about his activities. So I would just say briefly, and I'm going to jump off after this, but we will be looking at these transcripts very closely from this press
Mhm.
day. I think he, as you noted, Jessica, he made a lot of comments that can be easily debunked, as you've noted as well, Derek. And I think it's worth a thorough debunking of all of the things he's saying, because he's clearly trying to rewrite history. And I think it's incumbent on anyone who's here and follows this issue not to let him get away with it.
Well, Derek, you were, and Jessica, I know it's hard to not have reactions while it's going on. When you're at a press gaggle and you're like, okay, I've been following the FCC for years, and you hear it, Jessica, the out of context. As a journalist, whenever I hear something that's I've been quoted out of context, it's usually signed to be like, I kind of said this, but I shouldn't have said it. Overall thoughts about this gaggle that are going through your head? I know you were reacting during it, but now that it's over.
I'll just
Or
say,
Derek, or
this is our
everybody.
version of like watching the really intense sports match and like yelling at the TV. So,
Or Mystery Science Theater, but just
so
wanna get your-
apologies
yeah.
for talking over, but
I mean,
frankly,
I feel like all my years of listening to Chick Hearn and Stu Lance narrate Lakers games have prepared me for
West
this moment.
Coast. West Coast.
Yeah, and
So go ahead, Jessica. Give me your post game. You just heard that, and then you heard that. So what are you thinking? What's going through your mind?
He's not as good at spin as he thinks he is. I thought there were some good questions, not great questions in the room. I was glad for the reporters who followed up. He refused to answer the question about whether he's talked to Senator Cruz. He refused to answer the question about Democrat or Republican accountability. It's really easy for him to play politics, but here it's pretty clear there was an outpouring of bipartisan concern about his overreach. I think that's important. I think it's important that we stay on this as he continues to try to execute his agenda. There was a lot of double speak in there. He had to get the DEI buzzword in there. I thought it was really interesting, the part where he was made to answer about whether or not he stepped over the line, whether or not he would actually go after a broadcaster in the way that Trump has asked him to. He had to be careful because he can't piss off Donald Trump too much. He's got challengers even further to the right of him that are willing to go all the way. They don't have his polish and expertise, frankly, about where the lines are. He clearly stepped over one here. And here I see we have Commissioner Gomez answering questions, so I think we should listen in.
Sure thing.
But we can't hear her. And we're working on that, right, Candace?
Yep. We got the captions going, so we'll just stand by for a second. In the meantime, we can just introduce very quickly Craig Aaron, who just joined us, who was literally at the FCC. Craig Aaron, Free Press co-CEO with Jessica. While we try to figure out what, just seeing if the video stream's going through, do you want to fill some of any top line thoughts, Craig?
Yeah, I think that a couple things. It was a relatively subdued meeting given all the attention on the FCC recently. But I think this is when the FCC needs the most attention paid to it, right? Like, I think we saw them, the heat is off them a little bit, though there were a lot of good activists in the room. The unions came out, it was very clear people are watching the FCC that don't normally watch the FCC. There were a bunch of people wearing these lovely Free Press t-shirts alongside all the lobbyists in their suits. I went halfway, half suit, half t-shirt. So that was exciting. But what I took away was they're still they're still trying to get away with this stuff. The teeing up of the quadrennial review, the arguments that they made for why these same broadcasters who censored Jimmy Kimmel, these same broadcasters who are bending the knee to Trump, need to further regulatory relief to allow them to get more and more stations. It's really appalling, and it really goes against what the public, the vast majority of the public, is saying, which is they've suddenly awakened to the fact that these companies have too much power, and the FCC is still trying to sneak through these other special favors. I think the other thing that really stood out for me, and I know I can't hear Commissioner Gomez, so I'm assuming others can't either, but in the room, Commissioner Gomez spoke very eloquently about what was at stake on a number of the items before the commission, whether it's the danger of allowing a company like Sinclair and Nexstar to own 2, 3, 4 stations in the same market, or whether it is the challenges that kids face on unbelievably long school bus rides, where they could be doing their homework, where they could be learning, if the government would actually give them access, would actually allow schools to spend money to make sure that kids can take the internet home with them so they can actually go and do their homework and not have to go to a McDonald's. That was very powerful. By contrast, the Republican majority had absolutely nothing to say about real people and their problems. It was very notable to me that Chairman Carr didn't mention any actual children. He talked a lot about, oh, the regulation said this, or we should do that. But there was no empathy. There was no effort to say, well, this was set up to do this, but let's figure out how to make sure it can actually help kids get access, do their homework. That really stood out for me. Frankly, just how heartless it was. I think going down to the FCC, a building I haven't been into during the Trump administration, of course, there was heightened security and there were other things. But what really is sitting with me as I think about how to talk and write about this is just how much business as usual it felt like it was inside the building at a moment when the decisions being made in that building and the political project being undertaken is doing so much damage in real people's lives. I think Commissioner Gomez gets that. I heard that from her repeatedly, even in the sort of formal language of the FCC. From the others on the commission, I didn't hear it. From all the lobbyists that kind of showed up in the room, I didn't hear it. They're trying to pretend that something hasn't changed. They're uncomfortable with the idea that people would come in and protest at an FCC meeting, that people maybe even know what the FCC is. And so someone who's been trying to get the public to care for a long time about what the FCC is, I think I feel even more driven to say, hey, we really need to bring attention and focus to this agency and the decisions it makes. We got a taste of that in the last couple of weeks, but it's really, really necessary because the decisions are that big. And frankly, the vast majority of people there who are in that room with us today, they're that out of touch with what's going on.
Yeah, and we're seeing a lot of good questions here in the chat, especially a number of questions from Elizabeth Morales is of what she wants to see answered. I wanted to know, I'm going to sit down with Commissioner Gomez tomorrow. So send your questions. I'll ask you. We're going to video and we will put that out.
So we have Commissioner Gomez now, so let's listen.
Hi, Commissioner. Jim Rutenberg from the New York Times. Thanks for your time today. I'm just curious if you agree with the chairman's interpretation and use of the public interest standard when he talks about kind of a show-by-show FCC analysis. And while I'm at it, I'm also curious if you're seeing any indication that there will be more moves out of this agency regarding specific national shows on local stations.
This administration seems to use the public interest standard to mean anything, targeting anything this administration doesn't like from a content perspective. I have called for this FCC to do a rulemaking to define what it means by the public interest standard, because we can't just use it as a weapon to go after content we don't like. For starters, the First Amendment bars us from doing so, as does the Communications Act, which prohibits us from censoring broadcasters. But that is how it's being used right now. It's being used as a threat. It's an undefined standard. our traditional pillars of media regulation have been ensuring competition, a diversity of viewpoints, and localism, serving your local communities. That is how we look at the public interest. If we're going to use that phrase for something beyond that, particularly when it comes to targeting specific speech by broadcasters, then it's incumbent on us to define what we mean by that.
Hi, Jeremy Barr from The Guardian. So the idea about news distortion complaints, Chairman Carr talked about them and how they can be used. Sometimes he seems like he might be encouraging them to be filed. I mean, do you sense that he is, obviously there's an organization, Center for American Rights, that's filed a lot of these complaints against ABC, all the big networks. Is he supposed to be playing more of an independent role, or is it sort of permissible in your eyes to be kind of casting about and saying that perhaps there could be a news distortion complaint if The View, if Whoopi Goldberg says something specific, particular on The View? Like, how do you see that news distortion complaint and the role that the FCC commissioners are supposed to play there?
So the news distortion policy is a very strict standard for what the commission looks at when it looks at specific complaints about news distortion. That was a lot of words, sorry. It's very difficult to meet our standard for the news distortion policy. And importantly, our enforcement authority only applies to the local broadcasters. But in order for there to be news distortion, it has to be a significant event with intention to distort. It's by the management of that local broadcaster. It is very difficult to meet that standard. We are getting numerous news distortion complaints filed, particularly by one partisan organization that is being used as a way to threaten broadcasters not to criticize and to report and to have content, comedic content, entertainment content that this administration likes, and to bar anything that it does not like. So we should not be threatening broadcasters for their content. We are prohibited from doing so by the First Amendment and by the specific provisions of the Communications Act that prohibits us from censoring broadcasters.
Hi, Commissioner. Diego Munoz from Punchbowl News. So it sounds like you think it's a good idea to engage in rulemaking regarding the public interest standard. Is that right?
Yes, I think if we are going to continue to threaten broadcasters for failing to serve their communities in the public interest, then it is incumbent on us to do a rulemaking asking what that specifically means.
What's your view of what it should mean?
I think that the public interest requires us to continue to ensure localism, competition, and viewpoint diversity, not to censor specific content just because we don't like it.
Thank you.
Hi, Commissioner. Ted Johnson from Deadline. And forgive me, I actually have two questions, if you don't mind. My first question is, what is your response to Chairman Carr when he said that he wasn't threatening ABC and Kimmel when he gave those comments to Benny Johnson in his podcast? And the other question is, a lot of legal experts believe that some of these FCC moves, or if they were to act on one of these complaints, are outside of their authority. The only problem is that companies aren't challenging them. They aren't taking them to court. What can you do, I guess, to encourage some of these companies perhaps to challenge the FCC on these issues?
Yes, the threats are the point, right? This administration wants capitulation before it gets to the courts.
That's right.
Because they want the companies to alter their behavior now, and they don't want to risk having it go to court. So initiating complaints, putting a complaint out on public notice as the FCC did when it sought comment on the video of the Kamala Harris interview in the 60 Minutes segment, to ask the public whether it violates the FCC's rules. I don't think we do enforcement by mob, but never reaching a conclusion. We haven't dismissed that complaint, even though it does not meet the standard for news distortion. We still have an open complaint against NBC and ABC, supposedly for news distortion and a violation of our equal time rules. Why do we still have that? Because it's a pressure mechanism. And it's to pressure these companies, particularly CBS. We still have our eye on you, and you'd better comply with your voluntary commitment to have a truth arbiter that's going to field complaints about our content, CBS content.
Those 3 complaints were dismissed by the previous FCC chair and reinstated by Carr.
They are fraying
The
our
one
First
against
Amendment
Fox
in our democracy
was dismissed by the
every
previous
time they
chair,
capitulate.
not
I understand.
rehabilitated by Carr.
They're businesses. They have obligations to their shareholders. So it's also our obligation not to threaten and not to have these complaints hanging over people's heads, and not to continue to threaten people with news distortion findings because we don't like whatever the content of their news reporting or their comedic episodes or entertainment.
Thank you. Commissioner Gomez, Matt Daneman, Communications Daily. I just have one question because I'm not an anarchist. Can you respond to the chairman's repeated comments that he's not doing anything different than the previous administration had done vis-a-vis how it's handling broadcasters? Thank you.
I didn't see the previous administration threaten to revoke licenses. So it's what we are seeing today is unprecedented. This administration is utilizing the FCC's regulatory authority over licensees in order to censor content.
Commissioner Dave Shepardson from Reuters. I think I'm the last person between lunch and all of us, so I'll be quick.
Hungry.
One of the things that's Chairman Carr referenced the conduct of the prior administration. Right now the FCC has lots of authority in order to approve mergers, and as a result, and it certainly in the past has, under Democrats, required conditions as part of those mergers too. How do you ensure that the FCC can properly, advance the public interest standard and other of its goals while not using that authority to, improperly press broadcasters or others to engage in other administration priorities that go beyond the FCC's authority?
That's a really good question. I would point out that when the FCC has previously conditioned, and it has done so expressly, transfers of control, mergers, it has done so under its normal public interest analysis, which looks at whether the benefits of a particular transaction outweigh any, what's the opposite of benefit? Harms. Thank you. Words just hard today. Any specific harms that arise out of that specific transaction. And also, does the FCC have any authority under the statute to impose those conditions directly on those particular license holders? I'm really having trouble with words today. I'm sorry. So my point is, not only is this administration pressuring the licensees to adopt practices that are outside of the FCC's authority, but it is doing so with harms that have nothing to do with the specific transaction. So if you look at Paramount and Skydance, the 2 commitments that were made by Paramount, note they were not conditions of the actual order of the FCC. The FCC approved the transaction after Paramount came in with these concessions, were about eliminating all their diversity, equity, and inclusion programs, which there was no finding of a harm related to diversity, equity, and inclusion in that particular transaction or in all the other transactions where it has had the same requirement of the parties. So you're not addressing a specific harm raised by that specific transaction. Same thing with the commitment to appoint the truth arbiter, which is the ombudsperson reporting directly to Paramount to field complaints about content. It has nothing to do with a transaction between Paramount and Skydance. There is no specific harm raised by that. So I think the FCC needs to go back to its traditional merger analysis and to making sure that if it's going to make requirements of parties as a condition of approving a particular transaction, it is effectively regulating. It better be within its remit under the Communications Act.
Sorry, and super briefly on the news distortion standard. Sorry, I'm sorry. The last time the commission acted on news distortion was in the early 90s, involving Dateline and basically planting explosives on a truck that turned to make it blow up on camera. But even in that case, the FCC only admonished the station didn't withdraw the license. Do you have a clear sense of what the current FCC thinking is on the news distortion standard and what might merit some more severe action by the commission?
I don't know what's coming, but I can tell you it's entirely inappropriate for this FCC to censor content based on some vague standard. Thank you. Go eat.
Looks like that was a mic drop as that press ended.
The thought I'm left with after that last question is, hey, they didn't actually take NBC's license when they did what the guy just said, and which we mentioned earlier. The end goal here may not to be at all to take away a license, which is a very extraordinary process, and license holders have legal rights that they could exercise there. It's all about sending a message and producing a chilling effect and getting these companies to comply with the dictator in the White House. It's essentially, sort of an implicit prior restraint. It's something that, frankly, I'm not shocked, but it's just kind of wild to realize that our entire system of free speech really is predicated not on very firm and strong laws, but it's predicated on a lot of people, and especially people in government, not doing evil, awful shit. And I think we are just at the beginning of what is probably a lot more of this to come. I'll take this opportunity to plug our media capitulation index. In her last, comment, Commissioner Gomez noted how a number of companies have routine transactions for the FCC. And as soon as Brendan Carr got started, he basically made a lot of these companies come in and agree to eliminate their diversity, equity, inclusion programs, no matter how good or bad or whatever they were. Just the fact that the word diversity was there, equity, inclusion was there, was enough for him to do something quite extraordinary and essentially slow roll approval of routine transactions and license transfers and the like of the FCC. So this administration is all about exercising their power, and it doesn't have to end in a rule or regulation or law or court case. Oftentimes, if the companies that are being put over a barrel don't stand up for their own rights, then our rights as viewers and listeners aren't protected. Another reason why corporate concentration in the media is a very dangerous thing.
Derek, before we turn it over to the other panelists, thank you. You're on your way, right? You're out of here.
Yes, I'm now going to take off my advocate hat and put on my educator hat and go speak to a bunch of young potential future journalists, about 62 across 2 periods at the local high school here, award-winning local newspaper, high school newspaper here. And my daughter is editor-in-chief of the paper. And they asked me once the Kimmel news broke to come in and talk about free press, both the organization, the Free Press, not the Barry Weiss organization, but the actual media, and how laws and policies impact the First Amendment, the part of the First Amendment that deals with not abridging the freedom of the press. So I'm going to take them through quite a bit of history and then end with a discussion of the Kimmel facts and let them talk about it and talk amongst each other and really just, learn about what happened and come to their own realization about how important freedom of the press is. Ultimately, you preserve freedom of the press by practicing it. And that's really what I hope I leave the students with today, but no advocacy there because I don't want to anger anyone, angry parents. And frankly, you don't need to do much advocacy in this work. You just need to tell the truth.
Thank you, Derek. We'll see you around. Practicing
Thanks,
what you
Derek.
preach. All right. And then there were 4, and we're at 3:58.
We gotta wrap it up by 4
Yeah,
hours.
we're wrapping up at 4 hours. So I'm just going to go around.
I just got here. I have so much to say, but all right.
No.
I didn't realize my
Craig
mic's been
Aaron.
muted. Now I'm like, I can barely
Craig Aaron's take will happen at the next edition of pressingissues.org for people that are still around. Subscribe to pressingissues.org.
Please.
In the next couple hours, Craig will have a written reaction, and we'll also embed this live stream. So we're going to be wrapping it up. Candace, incredible work. We'll close it up, you and I. But before we do, Jessica, Craig, final thoughts. Who wants to go first? I'm opening the mic to anyone. So
I'll start. I'm just grateful for everyone who joined, everyone who stayed plugged in. This was really long and really important because for me, this moment that we're in, I've been doing this for 20 years now. I've been watching the FCC lawyer, all that good stuff. It's only 5 years, every 5 years or so, where an FCC issue really breaks through to the mainstream. It's important that this happened, not because of Kimmel. Kimmel is a rich, white, famous man. He's going to be all right. This moment is important because about what it stands for, the principle of the matter of whether the government gets to silence dissent. And we're going to stay on that throughout. You don't have to be rich or famous for us to care about your free speech rights, but it's about what this represents. And it's about the power of the people to stand up. And there's more coming from the FCC. I mentioned earlier in the simulcast that Brendan Carr has a number of plans. He said he wouldn't censor social media companies today. That is contradictory to the plan he articulated in Project 2025. And so we're going to be staying on the case. I also just want to say, I really feel the person earlier who was like, I don't know if I can watch this. You know what? We all got to pick our spots, right? My spot and all of you who hung with us for 4 hours spot is to be in the weeds. But that's why we have the text list too. If folks are ready to take action, but can't bear witness to every single moment and every single atrocity, I hear that. Take care of yourselves. Sign up for our text message list. We will text you when it's time to take action. And I'm just so appreciative of folks who want to listen to us nerdily wonk out about the FCC for 4 hours on a Tuesday.
Let's go.
Record. Jessica.
Craig,
Yeah.
last time. I just want to say 4 hours. One of my AirPods just died, so I am on my last AirPod.
I promise to keep it tight. Apparently, this is where all the fun was. All my good comments were just whispered in our general counselor's ear during the hearing in the room. So next time I've learned that I need to stay home and just participate in the live stream. So given the levels of enthusiasm here in the chat, I think we'll definitely do this again, which is very exciting. The other thing I want to lift up for folks are some questions. I think I see one from Elizabeth Morales here saying, what should we do? Should we write to the FCC? The short answer is yes. The slightly longer answer is there are a bunch of opportunities coming. And one big one that we're going to be rolling out at Free Press in the short term, you may be able to do it already, Candace will tell me, but the Nexstar, which is one of the companies that kicked Jimmy Kimmel off the air, the biggest owner of local television stations, the company that has really flown under the radar despite its terrible record of distorting coverage, of really particularly treating its workers very poorly, is now a national name, is now part of Monologues, and they are still trying to push a merger. They want to merge with Tegna, which is another large owner of local television stations. They want this FCC to push that deal through. And this is the place by stopping that merger, by weighing in with the FCC, this is the place where we can actually hit them where it hurts, where we can actually prevent them from expanding further, from getting more power, and frankly, from being rewarded for telling the Trump administration, even before they were sworn in, essentially, we're here for you. The era of activist journalism is over. You know, we're going to make it nice and easy. And that's what they've done because they think they're going to get this deal done. So I think that is a place where hearing your voices will be incredibly important. And if you sign up at freepress.net or you sign up for the text messages, we'll let you know about those key deadlines where you can make a difference. Unfortunately, this FCC is not done doing bad things. A month from now, they're going to come back and they are going to try to change the rules. There's a law was actually passed lowering the costs, ending price gouging for families whose family members are incarcerated, who are in jail or prison. And they have to, when they try to make a call out, they have to pay these incredibly high fees. It's this really exploitative system that's been built. The last FCC, the Biden FCC, stepped in to fix it. This FCC, the Brendan Carr FCC, is trying to undo the improvements. So there's going to be a bunch of things in the months ahead. We'll tell you about them. Most importantly, just keep drawing attention to this stuff. Just keep speaking out. When we narrow in on these issues, when we highlight these actors, when we make Brendan Carr a household name, that inspires others to push back. Some of them work for corporations. A lot of them are people just looking for something to do. And this is an area where we can disrupt the Trump administration's plans, where we can disrupt their efforts to take over the media, to make it just a mouthpiece for the Trump administration. In the nitty-gritty of these decisions is actually some of the answers to how we stop that from happening, and eventually how we put the rules and regs in place to stop this kind of thing from ever happening again. We're not there yet, but we've seen a glimpse just in these past few weeks of what's possible. And even of all you showing up and hanging out with Free Press for 4 hours during a kind of dull government meeting, I think suggests there's something happening here and something we can really build on. So let's do it again soon.
Hey, all right. Well, thank you both. We're at 4:04, and Candace and I will bring it home for another
really
minute or two.
now. All right.
You have been. Thank you to everyone. Thank you both, the co-CEOs. So Candace,
Greg and
you
I
wanna-
can do this all day. Like,
I know you both.
we got so much
we have
more
the
on tape.
power as
We'll practice that
producers to
more
be like,
concise next time.
yeah, we have the power as producers to be like, thank you both. Enjoy the rest of your day. Thanks for joining us.
Got it. Yeah.
Let's
Bring out the hook.
All right.
All right. Thank you both. And really big thanks to the folks at CWA, NABET CWA, Our Revolution, who came out to the FCC this morning. And I know it participated in the chat here too. It's this kind of allyship across movements that really makes change possible. So thanks to all of you as well.
All right. Candace, you have the final word because you started at 9 a.m. You were dealing with audio issues. We brought in another stream. We brought in guests. Then we end with the two co-CEOs. I mean, it couldn't have gone any better. We had amazing comments from an incredible community.
I can't thank the viewers and participants in this live stream enough. Like we've done a fair number of webinars and live streams, and I've been on radio, and it's just you're sort of sending this signal out into the world, and you're wondering, is anybody there? Is anyone receiving? And so it's just so amazing to be able to see in real time and participate in the conversation with you all. Thank you for being here. We've never done this before. We've talked about doing this in the past, and this is the first time we tried it. So we want to know, what did you think? Really appreciate the feedback in the comments here. Everyone who RSVP'd for this webinar will send you an email, I think with a survey, if you have suggestions on ways we can make it better. I know that there's some tech issues we should work out with the audio, so noted. But yeah, thank you so much for being here. Collective action works. And I think part of what was so powerful about this past couple of weeks with the Jimmy Kimmel stuff is just how distributed it all was. There were people who really took the situation into their own hands. They didn't wait for somebody to tell them what to do. They just started moving and started taking action. It doesn't take much when you start getting a group of people together to make something real. And so do that on your own. If you want suggestions from us, we have an endless stream of them. I put how to join the texting list. There's a short code here.
We're keeping it there. It's on the screen.
Which is great. So if you want to join the text list, you can do that. You can sign up on our website, freepress.net, and get all of our regular updates we really make sure that the things we tell you about for a reason. So if we tell you to sign a petition, it's because we're sending it to, a member of Congress. If we tell you to make a phone call, it's because we know that this is the moment to do it. So thank you for being here with us. Maybe we'll see you again next month. And
I feel like we have something. Yeah, keep drinking water. Peace out, everybody.
Bye, y'all.
Bye.
Bye.